Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Risen Champions League Winter Split 2021, the Tier 2 tournament in the Riot Scouting Grounds, or Proving Grounds, actually. My name is Smax, and
Whoa.
tonight I am joined by Alec Battery and Goferino. Gentlemen, apart from me forgetting what year it is, how are we doing in 2021?
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to it, especially with some more tournaments being announced today. I'm looking forward to see how Proving Grounds comes out, and we're already halfway through the split here for Risen, and it's looking great.
God, yeah, like this is just such an exciting day here, lads, because this is a very important day for a lot of these teams. We're going to find out a lot of what's going to be happening for the playoffs here after today.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is a huge day for half the league right now because half of them are still in the race for qualifying for those playoffs. And 4 of them in particular are at that 3-0 position. We've got our 2 opponents that we're going to be seeing today. Those are Wildcard. And I am super
Wildcard.
Wildcard
versus EG Prodigies.
And
EG Prodigies.
Yeah, okay.
I
got the
you know what? They deserve being forgot about after Shiro fell asleep. We're gonna cut straight away from that one though. We also have Mirage and Barrage, which I'm very glad that we're not covering because those names would trip me up even more than I just got tripped up by evil geniuses. And we also have 12 other teams that are 2-1, gentlemen.
Those teams are on a bit of a string though here, gentlemen, because 2-1, a little precarious. You hit 2 losses, it's a bit of a dunzo.
Yep, and the important part is, again, if you get that 4-0, whoever wins tonight, you're straight into semifinals immediately. Yeah. You get to wait a few days, get to wait till next Saturday, take a break, watch the opponents play that you're going to have to be going up against, and the qualification points, that's a huge jump for you there.
Yeah, just to touch on the severity of that a little bit more here, whoever wins the 3-0 matches today between EG and Wildcard and then between the Araj rhyming teams, those guys get to go immediately to the semifinals next Saturday. Yes. They get to take an entire week off of their games to study up on their opponents, find out what's going on, find out how these teams are going to play, and they get to take a look at what the next patch is going to be because we're going to have a new cycle coming in for that as well. So they get a lot of advantages. Not only that, gentlemen, they also are guaranteed to get 70 qualification points. Just taking a look at that sort of breakdown between the points for that, the top 6, so those are the playoff teams, get a minimum of 60 qualification points. Yep. If you don't make playoffs, you can only possibly get 40, and a minimum of that is 10. And those qualify you directly to the Tier 1 tournaments.
Oof, that's a really tough break if you're not able to pull out a win tonight.
Yeah, or if you're already in that slump tonight, like the fact you can only earn a maximum of, 40 points if I'm not mistaken, if you're already disqualified from those playoffs, that's going to weigh a lot on you because this is only the first tournament.
Wish we knew how much the points mattered, but
we're going to save that operating for on a little
afterwards.
Bit of a loss here for point of reference, but hey, we can make up the references as we go here.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna be able to figure that out when as soon as we figure out when Academy is starting. I'm sure both of those secrets are behind the same door. But whenever that happens, it will happen. And yeah, that's all stuff that's going to be coming up, and we're going to decide who all is going to be getting each qualification points. But for more on what's been going on in Risen as a whole, I want to take it over to our main man, Ravishing Ravish, and Dimitri. I'm going to need you to sing us into that bit.
Mr. Kana, Ravishing Mamba, Naruto anime, go eat ramen.
Yeah.
That's what.
Let's go.
You know, every single time I think I won't be impressed, and every single time I'm proven wrong, Dimitri.
I mean, this is the proving grounds.
It's called the proving
grounds.
It is the proving grounds.
It is the overall essence of Proving Grounds. Speaking of which, it's a fantastic transition as to what's coming more for Proving Grounds here, gentlemen, because I don't know if you heard, the next stage has been announced for what is coming up after for us, that being for Big League.
Big news?
Big League will be the next sort of segment. The next 24 teams will be able to start January 25th to get more of these points that are so infamous that we keep mentioning. So hopefully those can accumulate further for themselves. And because I feel like I'm on an episode of like Whose Line Is It Anyway? Like, hey, things are important, but the points do matter somewhat, kind of, maybe. But
They're like vouch bucks just for turning
just like
points.
later, just like eventually they matter. Yes, we don't know why. So like we're just hoarding like
better get them.
They're like immunity idols. Like you don't know when you're gonna use them and when you're gonna get voted off the island. You're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I won Risen, so I guess the points matter now. No.
Maybe.
Oh, essentially, yeah. It's, you know what, those if I even earn enough 5 points, I'm gonna keep them right in my heart, right? As I believe our editors are telling us something, and our producers saying they're worth more than exposure bucks. Yes.
All right. I
Yes,
have
they
to
are.
disagree with that.
More than exposure bucks, less than vouch bucks. Got it.
Okay.
What's
you know
the
what? That
exact
seems like
exchange
far too
rate?
much math for me. I didn't want to think about all that. But one thing I've also tried to erase from my memory is what happened last night. Right now, I know you all saw the games yesterday, so let's go ahead and give a small little hand over our heart for a segment I like to call the League of Upsets, which we can see right away here. Look, I'm gonna go ahead and go through some scenes of absolute horror and terror, gentlemen. As you can see, I'm currently on the scene of top level teams being absolutely decimated. Unfortunately, it's 2-0s across the board, things I've never seen before personally, right? Even looking at this right now with the new game as well, completely taken out of it. Items across the board, there's debris flying everywhere. And I don't know how I can personally handle this. Nunu right here was the overall catalyst for the disaster, I must add. And as you can see, these towers fall more and more. Do you all have any thoughts as to how you felt reeling from last night's games?
Good content all around.
Yeah, they definitely played for content. The new team was for sure channeling the entirety of XT, but the upsets are pretty massive, right? That a new squad, everybody is saying. I know Smacks was a huge defender of this team. Onto Fire. I can't. And he's just, we were looking at this team. They're supposed to go undefeated, but that loss against what was it? Wow,
Mirage, I believe.
Mirage, there we go. That was really big. And not only that Wildcard game that against Solafide, I know that one especially set some of Amateur on fire last night.
Yeah. I'm just impressed that you got your screen to move there, Ravish. That's very impressive.
Yeah,
our production budget is through the roof.
I've been evolving. It's
maybe the exposure bucks are worth it.
We're gonna come back to that. That's
Okay.
not true.
We'll put it on
they
tap.
aren't. But you were talking about things being on fire though here, especially with all the other supernova stuff. But one thing I find the teams did not hold back on, gentlemen, is taking to the Twitterverse and deciding that, hey, you know, not only do we want the win, we also want all the smoke possible. So let's go ahead and start off with beginning with Wildcard and Mirage too. You know, like Mirage and Barrage, which came into it, because look, they already beat the top seed teams, but you don't gotta run salt in their wounds here, bro. I'm sure they don't feel too good about it, because you gotta remember, these teams are moving on. Their opponents are not. It's
Anu is moving on. Anu is moving on. Like Anu and Solafide are both able to move on. They can continue to go to playoffs. They're not quite out of the picture yet. Well, one of these teams did get. I mean, honestly, the Mirage one. They've been upping their Twitter game recently, and I've been loving it. The mountain that has been scaled by them. Delicious. Chef's kiss. Wildcard as well. Myra running their entire social media profit. It was beautiful to watch.
Oh, that's gonna be more on that later as well as we move on to what's happening.
And for cheap, they didn't gotta outpay for it.
You're right.
Yeah,
and it matters. Just as much too. Because another hit, which I didn't actually expect to take, was look at this right here as well coming up on the side of the Wichita Wolves. Nonetheless, I thought people from the down south were supposed to be happy-go-lucky with their southern hospitality here, y'all. There's no sort of hospitality which has been captured when they talked about the Azir play that they saw. Like, it's...
You know?
Oh, no.
This
The
one
mental
was
game's important.
definitely bittersweet.
The supernova hat.
It's Emperor. I can confirm that Emperor's Divide is not useless. I've used it just a total of 2 times in my Azir games. That's after I figured out that, hey, I should probably use my soldiers to farm and not me. But It's I'm also an intro level zero player, gentlemen. I mean, you
get
let
it.
me know, Jack. Do you think using Emperor's Divide is actually important?
No, because it doesn't kill people.
True.
Thank you.
Well,
That's debatable.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
debatable. I'm sure
It
that
can kill
Sam
some people,
probably
but not-
is not really into this matchup because he's like, well, Supernova didn't win, but also the bot lane for Wichita. We had a lot of I know Sam's probably like,
We've seen some oopsies across the board there, but we know who the biggest oopsie is now. And thanks to the Wichita Wolves Twitter sphere, this is a top-notch meme. Great work over there, guys.
Absolutely. The way they've been stepping themselves up has been great. But for some of the games last night, honestly, I don't know about y'all, but I personally was sitting back and thinking, just waiting for them to, in a word, just do something. Like prodding and poking at the overall games, like, please.
I got to this meme early. Okay, I brought it onto the broadcast for the horrid Rengar pick. So it's okay. I'm used to being a trendsetter when it comes to the amateur scene. Sometimes
you're just that good. Honestly, take my job and yours.
Oh no, Ravish, you do it way better.
Because with this, though, Dimitri, as you were alluding to before, and as you're foreshadowing previously, this is where we want to talk about the wonder known as Mario Davis, right? How they were able to come out guns a-blazing and deciding, man, not only do they want the absolute smoke, they want an entire chimney of it. Like, immediately, they want to go ahead and take everybody out, right? Because she started off by talking about, how alluding to many different things, such as like paying academy players great things and certain jabs here and there. But what really took the cake for me, and what took the cake for many of us, I know, is an organization, a franchisee, and a worldwide phenomenon that started just around 50 years ago by a man with a dream, and little did he know that it would be used to crush somebody else's, right? I'm talking about McDonald's here, gentlemen.
Cheers, I'll drink to that.
With this.
Shout out McDonald's. They got the biggest sponsor. They got the biggest sponsor.
Hey.
They got the largest sponsor for
go.
Wildcard. That's all I'll say.
I didn't know any of my McDonald's merch for this.
Come on.
Nobody told
Come on,
me.
Max. You advocate for Lucidity Boots. You should be on this trend too.
It's only 900 gold.
That's true.
And it's all it takes. And you too can absolutely set the AM scene on fire with posts like these. Just go ahead and copy local McDonald's and say, hello, sir, do you have beef? No, not that kind.
I'm going to be honest.
I like that.
Wildcard was 3-0 last night if we include Myra's tweets, because
True.
there were no punches pulled.
Large facts.
I didn't know we're already in
facts. I
playoffs
agree.
with these best of fives, but hey.
And you know what? That means that finally one of the hot dogs can be correct. There was only truly one winner. And it was none of the teams. It was Mario Davis last night, gentlemen.
Yes.
So shout out to her.
Great job, Myra. Bringing back that 2017 banter like you promised.
Good work.
Claps.
Good work,
Seeing your
Myra.
evolution has been extraordinary and absolutely beautiful, though. But with Wildcard being 3-0, that means that many of these will be teams that will also be joining them here, right? Going into the next sort of stage. Now, we talked about this before, too. Mirage, Barrage, Wildcard, along with EG as well. And a couple of the teams who are a bit close, but, gentlemen, already we've lost half the league. So I want to go ahead and place a hand over our heart and my hand, and also my other hand over my head for people to think and to know that, hey, we will be back. Now go ahead and rub both simultaneously.
Can we get some Fs in the chat, though? That's what we really need here.
Perfect.
Is this what you wanted?
That's exactly how.
Is this
I
what you
would appreciate
wanted?
it.
Is this? I'm glad. Please follow on.
Please follow along at home here, guys. If you want to go ahead and play your proper respects, as well, tweet at us with you playing your respects to these fallen soldiers and teens, because all these teams, really, all that is left for our hope right now, especially with these four teams, is I know who will be keeping the closest eye on, though.
Whole lot of A-tier teams. That's all I'm gonna say. A whole lot of A-tier teams.
Whole lot of air-tier teams, and we're talking about the LCX Ors not really being able to show up. Hey, I mean, EG made it through. They're still pretty good, right?
Oh,
right?
1 for 3, though,
Aren't they the only one
statistically
doing well?
speaking, that's not very good odds.
Aren't they the only ones doing well in the lock-in tournament too? So it must be just a huge orc difference.
honestly.
It's honestly, guys, whoever has the worst merch wins here. That's really what I'm understanding here.
Oh wow.
I'm joking. Of course, it's like, guys, I love merch. Please send me shirts.
Yeah, no. If Ravish doesn't want the EG merch, like, I'll take it. Don't worry about it. I'll wear it.
No, please. All I have are plain back shirts, as you can tell.
God, Ravish.
With that all being said, though, here, gentlemen, I want to go ahead and recount a famous quote from some of the teams who I know have kept us strong here. Right, he was whose words I know I will definitely hold within my own heart. If you could hold it up for us and play and basically make our head over
Speaking
our
of the
right breast this
LCS,
time. We're doing our best, so cross your fingers and hang on tight. So
they're gonna need a lot of fingers
from me
crossed.
down here in the studio. Hope you all cross your fingers, hang on tight, and hope for the best as well, because it's gonna be a bumpy ride between you all.
All right. Thank you so much, Ravish, for that one. And yes, as our producers did mention, you can follow us over here at Risen Esports for more head pats. Here you go. Here are some right now. There you are.
We're patting the viewers.
oh, this was the wrong head pat, but I'll take that.
That's
Honestly,
the
I'll
wrong
take that.
that's the wrong head to pat there, Dimitri. That was
Yes.
close. But yeah, thank you so much, Ravish, for highlighting some of the Twitter beef that we saw yesterday. Because it does lead us into Wildcard in specific and saying how they did defeat Sola Fide. They did take down that Seed 1 team, and they did move up to at least A tier, guys.
They deserve it. I was looking at their team, and Myra has been giving us so much crap on Twitter. My team's not a B tier team. My team, haha, should be B plus, haha. Fine, you get the A tier team after beating the number 1 seed.
Sounds like results-based tiering, but what do I know?
Well, you know,
It's the best kind of analysis.
yeah, that is the best kind of analysis, absolutely. But we have some other kinds of analysis here for you today. Speaking of Wildcard, we're going to be looking at the duo queue people that we have chosen for today. Yes, that's right. We're going to go through the players in this game on Wildcard and also on Evil Genius's Prodigies and see which one of these players we would duo with today, gentlemen. I believe, Dimitri, you're picking yours today first.
Yes, of course. And yet again, call me out from the other week ago. We're going to pull up Surdy. This guy, absolute favorite. I was going to pick him the other day, but I got Skamaz. We even got an amazing gym selfie of him. So already topping the charts there. You can see his stats. He's already topping many of them when you look at across Risen averages. And by far, I mean, this guy comes out of the lane. 2 solo kills a game on average. Also, everybody's favorite Ninja Monkey player. I'm not just talking about Kennen. I'm talking about Balloons, okay? Insane player. I'm looking forward to see how Surdy can perform today, especially against someone like Quacker. And he's one of our best top laners, UPL winner from last split. He's been playing tanks. Sadly, he's been put in that tank jail for Risen, but I have hopes we get more of that Camille, we get more of that carry-oriented play, because he's definitely one of the best we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, he's been solo killing a lot of people up in that top lane.
Yep.
Only Orin so far, other than that one Camille game. Go Farino, what is your duo queue pick for today?
Well, to answer the classic question of who you simpin', gentlemen, I gotta go with Xeno.
Oh God.
This dude, he's cracked as hell, okay? Like, our caster today, Cubby, he has very big nightmares of when he would be scrimming this guy, because they would throw bans at him left and right. He would still perform in all these champs. He is one of the star players of their team. We were remarking earlier today, like, oh my God, look at that positioning that he just has in these team fights. Like, this man, he knows how to work a carry in the mid lane. And we are going to see him show up today, I hope so, in quite a big way.
Holy, his hexagon is huge.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That whole thing is
Results-based
for
analysis, baby. The bigger the hexagon,
Jesus.
the better the player.
Leaking Cubby strats, I see how it is.
I've heard that, actually. Well, I'm pretty excited for Xeno as well. I think you guys are sleeping on one of the better duos, especially as you two are both 80 carry mains yourself. I think the best duo coming in for today, and the one that I'm going to be picking, is Daption, guys. The support for Wildcard. I am so excited to be seeing this guy play. I have been keeping an eye on this guy ever since Scouting Grounds summer last year when he was on Charlotte Phoenix. He was a duo Q bot lane with Disconnector. And they were playing some weird stuff, guys. They were playing things like the Rumble bot lane. They were playing things like the Wukong bot lane. And I know that if Daption is my duo Q, that he is going to pull out the weird stuff with me. I get to try out all my wacky shenanigans in this bot lane. So I'm really excited to do that. I will gladly role swap over to AD Carry to play with Daption. Not only that, he's one of these first guys who's picking up the new champion Rel, who I have personally been very high on recently, and ever since she was released, I think this champion is very good. The shield break on the Q, the huge stun capabilities, and the ultimate combining with things like the Cannon ulti or Victor ulti, everything. There's a big clump in the middle. I'm really excited for Rel. I'm really excited to see if Daption pulls that out in our duo Q games, and maybe even the series today, gentlemen, because Daption is my pick to watch for today, and he's my duo Q in solo Q. I think I'm going to beat you guys.
Okay, Sam, you said he's willing to play weird stuff, but is he willing to play Aurelia LeBlanc with you? Okay, let's just remember. Okay, the first it's high school sweethearts. Okay, man, let's just let's not test our relationship here.
Okay, I'll have to ask him specifically about the Aurelia LeBlanc, see what his thoughts are. I think he would have a very nuanced take about that lane, as you and I do as well, Dimitri. But yeah, speaking of interesting lanes and things along those lines, gentlemen, I want to take a look at each lane in specific coming into this matchup. We've touched on we touched on a player from the top lane, in the support position, in the mid lane. I want to go to top lane first for this segment as well. Jack, tell me a little bit about how this top lane matchup is going to go between Wildcard and Evil Geniuses.
Well, both these top laners, definitely solid players, okay? But the thing is, Surdy, I feel like he is the step better of a player here, gentlemen, because even though we only have seen him on the Ornn this split, we know from in the past, from his solo queues, that he can play those carries insanely well, and I'm curious if we're going to see those broken out today, or if we're just going to see him go back to those tanks that he's been performing on very well this entire split. That's not to discredit his competition, though, because Quacker, also a great tank player. Like, we're gonna see some big boys in this top lane. It is officially big boy season, so I suggest you guys get you one.
Okay, all right. I'm definitely excited for that top matchup. Lots of engaged champions coming out from that one. We of course have seen many clips of Surdy in specific with these crazy cannon engages, and while he hasn't been able to pull that one out yet in Risen, he definitely has the capability to do so. But I want to talk about the other solo lane matchup as well. Dimitri, tell me a little bit about that one.
Man, today I think is something that if you're a fan and you want to really be kind of keeping your ear to the ground on some upcoming players, Aspect and Xeno I think kind of bring a whole new view for everybody. Aspect has been a really great control player. Again, won UPL with Surdy and the EG Prodigies last split. However, when you look across the lane from him, he's got Xeno, and Xeno is very quickly rising as one of the better mid laners in amateur right now. I know a lot of us here on the desk and the broadcast are looking at him, and a lot of analysts are kind of keeping a close eye on him, because not only is he finding these advantages in the laning phase in maybe not so much advantageous matchups, but is also just fantastic positioning, team fighting. Just in general, the Wildcard team has been a really great surprise to watch, and I'm looking forward to see what we get from them today.
Yeah, I think this matchup is super big. I want to see some big things from Xeno in specific. He's been impressing us all. Like Jack said earlier, we were going through the VODs and everything and watching Xeno in specific. We're like, bro, this guy is just way too good.
He's nuts.
I don't know how
he's
spacing,
so nuts.
Crazy.
That's how big his gap is between him and the competition. All I'm saying.
The Syndra spacing on him is disgusting. It's really something beautiful.
Gotta wash your hands after that, boys.
Well, Jack, what if you washed your hands in the river where the jungle is, just like the next role that you're going to be talking about for us as a matchup today?
Well, to answer your river question, I don't know how clean the Summoner's Rift River is. However, though, what is clean? These two junglers, fellas, like, they are so clean. I'm trying to think of like some generic metaphor, whatever. I'm not an English major to compare these two, but obviously, tell me, we've seen a lot of He is excellent. We've seen him perform really well on the AD junglers this split. We did raise some questions, of course, like, but where are the AP junglers? We know he can play them. He's played them in the scouting grounds. He's played them in solo queue, but we haven't seen it yet in Risen. So we're scratching our heads wondering when are we going to see that come out? Because on the opposite side, we have seen quite a bit of flexibility come out from Trickster so far. Like, he plays what the team needs. He's able to adapt his playstyle to what his team needs. And he's very consistent, considering he has the lowest average deaths for junglers in the league with only 1 death a game. That is rather insane.
Yeah, these junglers in specific are a crazy matchup. Of course, we've seen a lot more flexibility from Trickster as well. He seems like the team is really playing around what he is capable of, and one of the main people who's doing that is actually Daption, my duo queue partner. And I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about the support position here for the lane matchup today, because Daption in specific, I already told you how excited I am for this guy. He's playing all these engaged champions. He's setting up very well for Team Look specifically. And he's playing this Rel, who I am super excited for. I'm crossing my fingers, just like Rev was talking about, to see if Rel is played. I think Daption has a really good Rel, better than some of the LCS players that we've seen so far. I'm looking at you, Smoothie, not a very good Rel player, but I think Daption is quite good at it, and I'm really excited to see if he can do that. But across from him, we do see Mist, and Mist has been playing a few different styles. Of course, in a support role right now, if you're playing tanks, there isn't that much depth that you can provide, but we have seen stuff like the Seraphine come out from Mist, and that sort of thing can really help out Shiro specifically as being that scaling, being that team fighting carry that we know him to be so clutch back in fall on things like the Kai'Sa. But Dimitri, Shiro hasn't actually played Kai'Sa all that much.
Honestly, kind of like yesterday, I feel like there's a big missing poster for Shiro. It's like, where is Shiro? Yesterday it was literally, where is Shiro? It's for this matchup is, where is Shiro's Kai'Sa? The guy made his whole name last season on UPL, basically just playing Kai'Sa. Every single game, didn't matter the matchup, constantly playing it with stuff like that Kennen from Surdy. Amazing team fighting. And so far what we've seen from Wildcard and their bot lane, flexibility, making sure that, hey, we're willing to play at Misfortune, because everybody's avoiding this thing like the plague, and instead reaching for things like the Aphelios. So I am really looking forward to see what we get from these two, because Luke versus Shiro feels like kind of two different forces clashing immediately.
Yeah, just so many highly mechanical players to highlight so far in this series. And from what we've seen so far, of course, one of them has yet to even drop a single game, and that's Wildcard right here. And coming into the undefeated teams, they're a 12th seed team out of the whole 32. So
they were B tier.
Yeah, they're B tier. We famously put them in B tier, and now they're coming up. They're rising above. They're getting there with these pure mechanics, guys. Because I don't know if you saw the matchup against Solofide, but they beat Academy and LCS players through just sheer team play and mechanics. Nothing else. They just completely mopped the floor with them, specifically in game 1. Game 2 was a lot closer, but they played that series so incredibly well. And I'm going to lead this right into my prediction for the series. I'm predicting Wildcard to beat Evil Geniuses too. They've already beaten the first seed team. They're going to, I think, beat the third seed team too and get that semifinal bye. I am, however, going to give Evil Geniuses at least one game. I'm thinking it's going to go to 3 games in this series. I think we're going to have an incredible set of games. And I know I said that about yesterday and it was a 2-0 again, but I swear, guys, I swear this is going to be 3-game series on the Risen mainstream for once. It's not all going to be 2-0.
It'll happen one time, at least one time. We can't keep.
We can only hope, right? I know a lot of us here on the desk also predicted that they would be going 2-1. By far, I think I'm probably the biggest culprit for saying this on every broadcast, but this is, in our eyes, the closest matchup we've had on Risen to date. This is, these two teams are no slouches. They've gotten here because of the merit of their play, because of how good they are, and just being able to excel in that. And I've also given this over to Wildcard, but I definitely am willing to say that this could be like anyone's game going all the way to 3.
Jack, what's your prediction on the day?
Because I put Evil Genius Prodigies myself, because when I look at them, they are the more proven team. They are very well meshed together. They're very familiar with one another. They have that insane power inserting the top lane. We've seen how insane Domio is. And none of their other players are really slackers either. But I will admit that I can also see this match going the other way. This is a very close game. It's a clash of the titans. You got Godzilla on one side, you got King Kong on the other. Just two giants just duking it out here on the screen. And I'm excited for no matter what happens today.
Yeah, it looks like across the board, everyone on the broadcast today is saying that it's going to be a 3-game series, but I'm excited to hear what the two casters have to say about this, because they're more aligned with the left side of the desk. We've got that edge for us, Jack. You're going to have to see if you're the only one who's right about this prediction.
He's holding them off.
Yeah. Let's head on over to Rafa and Cubby so we can break down the draft and get into game. Let's see them.
And go Farina for the toss and the awesome pre-show. Also, shout outs to Ravish for his lovely Ravish support. My name is Mark.
Those memes were good.
Ralph Alexander. It was good, man.
The teams are stepping up on Twitter. I love it.
Honestly, the entire meme game and the Twitter game from the entire amateur scene here in NA is stepping up to a higher level. Shout outs to Myra for coming out the victor last night. Just a round of applause.
You honestly, won Twitter. Congrats, Myra.
Yeah. Honestly, so some of those headshots were so fatal, I don't think he's coming back for 3 lifetimes. So it's just but we've got like another
stock, man.
We've got another match here. It's not as grueling, but this one is for a lot of stakes on the line here tonight, Cubby, as tonight's winner will be able to not only immediately qualify for 70 points towards the Proving Grounds tournament, but also immediately go to the semifinals and not have to play until this upcoming Saturday.
Yeah, and with some of those teams that were upset and have losses on their record now, I think skipping the semifinals could be very crucial, because I would not want to face Solafide in quarters or Anu, their main team, in quarters at all. Skipping the semis is big, and Rafa, I think that this matchup between both these 3-0 teams, it was one that we weren't exactly expecting coming in, but after seeing some of the gameplay, I have to say I've been very impressed with these teams early in the season, especially Wildcard to start on off.
And what we're going to let you know tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is that both of the teams here, they didn't get here off of cheese, off of fluke losses, or any of that sort. No, these teams came to play, and they came here to win. And the amount of research, prep time, scrim time, just the amount of effort and hours both of these teams are pouring into this tournament alone speaks volumes about their performance and basically explains why they're doing so well. Let's start with Wildcard here first, Cubby, let's start with Evil Geniuses. I know you got into. I know. I'm giving you a little flip up.
All right, well, hold on. Let me turn the page here real quick, because Rob is throwing me a curveball.
Keep you on your toes there, Cubby.
Yeah, I like it. Keep me fresh. But I think one of the really interesting parts about this Evil Geniuses team is I was catching up with Empire to kind of talk about how this team ended up coming together. And the way that he kind of painted it is that it was actually brought together because they wanted an amateur team ever since they saw 100 Thieves Next in January of 2020. This is something that Evil Geniuses, it was their mission to really start this developmental roster, bringing in Peter Dunn, who has a history of sending teams to Worlds. I believe he's sent like 6 teams to Worlds over the last 11 years.
Mad Lions this past year.
Yeah, and everything that he puts into developing teams and players, obviously Mad Lions, an amazing roster that he was very much responsible for. This is something that's top down for EG, and it really started with Surdy, which I find really interesting because Empire, he knew of Surdy, or Shiro, my bad. Started with Shiro, knew of Shiro back when he was one-tricking Kaisa, a champion that Dan still plays very, very well today. But the rest of the roster kind of caught his eye. Then they threw in Surdy, they threw in Tomio after Rosethorn was picked up, and they have a really good team who so far is the best performing team out of all of the franchise organizations. And I find it very interesting because I had the same exact conversation with Morgan a couple months ago talking about Team Luke. And both of these 80 carries for me are the real standout highlight players. Both have been hyped up. This is Luke's first competitive split. Shiro has really stepped it up too. And I have them as the second, third best prospects at the role behind value so far in Proving Grounds. People that haven't yet played in Academy. These guys are insane. And I'm really excited to watch these bot lanes go up against each other because it feels like they're a step ahead of the rest of the bot lanes we have in this tournament so far.
Absolutely. And with the way both of these teams, Evil Genius Prodigies and Wildcard respectively, have been playing their matches, it has been favored towards the bottom side of the map. Getting Shiro and Luke ahead has been a huge boon to their mid-game victories and being able to control the map. But, let's start backtracking towards over to Wildcard now, because one thing that has really impressed us as we've been able to really take a dive into their games in the past couple of days, Cubby, is how they play the macro the first 15 minutes of the game, because this is where not only it's a team effort from the players, obviously, but also the coaching staff in Morgan and in Prussian being able to set them up for success in the first 10-15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and their objective and macro control has been very impressive so far in this tournament. But I also think that they're really benefiting from the fact that it feels like they're one of the teams that actually has an identity so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that all these rosters are still really trying to come together and figure out, how they're going to play, what the best way to win the game is so far. But these guys, they've said, you know what? We're going to put Quacker on a weak side tank top laner, and he's going to do fine. I mean, he was getting ganked a lot in game 2 yesterday against Solifide. He was trading 1-for-1s, which is great. And then they're just going to focus on giving Luke and Daption that counter pick and letting them kind of run bot lane the way they want to run it. And it's really been working out early for Wildcard Gaming. And they're a small budget team, but man, they're punching above their weight class so far. And they look really, really impressive in this early season. And I really think that identity has helped them figure it out.
Yeah, this team comprised of essentially 4 rookies, and then the big name being, or I guess the most well-known is probably, I want to say Daption is probably
Daption has the most history so far.
The correct term here, right?
Yeah.
I want to dive in a couple of these players. Actually, let's. You've already talked a lot about Luke, but Cubby, you have a lot of personal history with Zeno, this mid laner, who's coming off of a 2+ year competitive break, actually, in the collegiate scene.
Yeah, so I back to coaching Miami University now of Ohio, but previously when I was coaching them with Hatham, who now works with TSM, our main scrim partner was U of I. And Zeno, man, this guy was crushing us in scrims all the time. At the time, we had a challenger mid laner, Dare to the Fi, who played for OSU. This guy was much better than most of the mids in collegiate. And Zeno was the only mid laner that could consistently get the best of them. And U of I went on that year to give Maryville the best run for their money in the top 8. They met them in semis, I believe. Took a game off them, made it a real series. And I really felt like it was off the back of Zeno being one of the best players in the Rift. Got the chance to actually talk with Zeno earlier today. And he feels like his macro is better, but his mechanics still aren't where they were at back when he was playing at that level and just crushing us in scrims. And personally, I've been watching his play so far. He's been phenomenal in the mid lane. He is taking mage matchups that he should be losing, but is somehow finding the push and really enabling Trickster to step up on the map. And this guy, coming off a break in competitive, he is coming back on a roster that is really doing well early in the season. And I've been really impressed with this play mid and really happy that Zeno's back, because that U of I team was very strong. And Rafa, I know that there's even more players from that U of I team that actually find themselves in that game today.
Yeah, for example, Quacker being coming from that top lane, still being in there today. And speaking of, relationships from that U of I team, Coach Ido, the man running EG Prodigies here tonight, has a personal relationship with both of those players, as he was the main coach for U of I back in the day with those two. So, and overall, just between both of these teams, there's a very amicable relationship between both the teams. And in fact, speaking with Coach Ida before the game, he's talked praises about this roster, about Wildcard, that they're very scary, and they're one of the few teams that has an identity, and the fact that they're getting the recognition they finally deserve, he's very happy to see, but he's also not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them tonight in this series.
And we're going to have to see what happens going toe-to-toe as draft is now started, Rafa. We're going to start to get into the series that we've really been hyping up so far. And I'm really curious to see how this draft ends up going, because I think that one of the really unique parts about Wildcard, speaking of that identity, is that they're blind picking top, and they're saving their counter picks for bot lane, which so far in this early season has really panned out for them, as they have yet to drop a game here in Risen. So I'm curious to see if that happens once again in this draft. And notably, Shen is up. And I have to say, the blue side Shen that Wildcard pulled off against Solifide yesterday, they took an early Dragon, then swapped Shen bottoms to get pressure the early Rift Herald. They did a full swap, so they didn't just rotate their support up. They brought Team Luke up as well. Really impressive macro play coming out from them, and they might be running it back. First pick Kai'Sa seems to be the highest priority AD carry we have so far. Really starting to push Jhin out of the meta. That is going to be taken away from Shiro, his notable one trick, and going over to the hands of Team Luke.
We're gonna have to see what Shiro's answer of choice is, because across not just the amateur scene but also the LCS, we're seeing not only Samira, we're also seeing Aphelios. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on the two. If you were given the pick, if I were to put you in coach mode, you know, what is your ideal? But I guess at the end of the day, it's going to be down to what Shiro feels more comfortable on. You mentioned that Shen blue side being strong, and you know what? EG Prodigies really done their homework. They're taking that away from Quacker.
Yeah, so they've already selected support, so this isn't going to be the three-way flex that you can have on red side. It's going to be top or jungle. I fully expect it to be in the hands of Surdy, because the way that EGP likes to play, they like to empower Tomio. They're someone who's really emerging as a star so far, coming hot off of Scouting Grounds. He made it there through solo queue, has quickly become a talented competitive jungler, and part of the reason he's having a lot of success is the fact that they really play towards his tempo. He's very good at pathing with tempo, so pairing up that Shen, possibly empowering whatever pick Tomio wants to bring to the Rift, something that EGP is looking to do. Meanwhile, we have the Graves taken, very strong jungler we have at the moment, who interacts with his lanes very well.
Here's the throwdown that I'm waiting to see happen, Cubby, because all throughout Risen, Tomio has not played any AP junglers. It's mostly been Graves and a couple of Olaf and Hecarim games. But we know from the Honda Scouting Grounds that he has pulled out things like the Evelynn and the Talia. Talia and Lilia are off the board here, so if he's feeling confident to take the Nidalee pick here, that's potential. I know we saw the Darius in for Quacker, and one thing I wanted to mention, Cubby, is that when speaking with Prussian, we know that a lot of the games have been favored towards splitting the map towards the bottom side of the map, playing towards Luke, but he is very confident that if they wanted to play towards Quacker, they could. He's versatile, and picking Darius like this already shows that they are ready to play this topside failure matchup.
Love the fact you bring that up, as Wildcard seems to be straying from their identity that won them the games yesterday, but hey, it's a good counter pick in the top lane. On the flip side, EGP, they're already lining up for this Protect the Aphelios comp. I really want to see a Kindred ban coming on through. Kindred Aphelios is a combo that has been run ever since Aphelios came out. It's a decent matchup into the Graves. I think they should take that pick away from EGP. But it looks like they're a little bit more concerned about the higher tempo junglers, Nidalee being taken away. They don't have any AP damage yet in their damage profile, so that could be a target as well. Potentially, Elise could be taken off the board here if we're going to get really crazy. I don't know if Tomio plays that one, but I know it's a pick that is seeing some nerfs and has been a little bit fringe state coming on through. So if they're looking to target more AP junglers, could be another option.
If you really want to get crazy, I mean, we can start going down the line.
Yeah, there's the Kindred ban. You got to ban Kindred
or Echo, but Kindred being taken off the board. Well, now at this point, unless Tomio says, you know what, we're going Lee Sin, you know what, we forgot about the Pony Express here. Rainbow Dash is most likely going to be the pick of choice coming in for Tomio, but now there is a mid laner counter pick saved for Aspect, and most of the games that he has done really successfully well on, I think the desk alluded to it before, is that Azir. And it is available, and it could provide some useful counter engage and protection for setting up for this Aphelios.
Yeah, I love the fact you mentioned Azir, a pick that Aspect has played very well so far, and Darius, he hates terrain, right? He doesn't have any movement speed besides that ghost that he might opt for in the top lane, so would not be surprised to see that pick come on through. Meanwhile, Wildcard, something we've seen so far out of Xeno, he likes those wave clearing mid laners, and the way that he's been playing, he has been securing leads in the mid lane that is really helping their jungler, get off to a good start and losing matchups too. I think that's important. Also, notably, you mentioned Azir. Victor has a very good matchup into Azir as well, so possibly trying to prevent that pick from coming on through too.
I mean, we could see Season 5 all over again, Cubby. I mean, don't you remember those days between Faker and
Those were
Crown?
my favorite days, man. That's where I actually was good at mid.
You and I... Is that real?
Hold on. No, it's not. That is an error coming on through. Oh, that Ashe equals Nautilus. So that is going to be the Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane.
No!
Yeah.
I was really expecting them to put the wild card in their name with that Ashe support pick. I mean, Imperial Mandate is kind of nuts, but, and unfortunately, it's just a Nautilus. They're going to...
It's like the clip of, Charlie from It's Always Sunny being like, I'm the wild card, It's like one of those coming on through. Also, this pick, that's not going to be a Twitch. That's actually an Azir. So the Azir that we did tease coming on through... Rafa, you did your homework. Congratulations. You can take the color casting role, by the way, for the rest of the night. As I don't need to be here anymore.
No, don't do that to me.
We don't actually want to do that. My play-by-play, yikes.
Yeah, when it comes to improv, and just coming up with things off the top of my head in an analytical aspect, that's when things get. But I do my homework sometimes, guys. I did well in school. So, but now we're looking at both of these compositions. And as we said before, the wildcard gaming, usually the identity has been playing towards this bottom side. But with this Darius rotation or pivot in that B3 pick, I mean, this is where you can really play towards a winning top side. And early on, I mean, Darius Graves, you're going to have that push on the Shen. I really want to see if they set up a very, if they make a game plan where you can set up this Graves for success, Trickster to be able to invade and completely ruin Tomio's day here.
That could be an option. They do have priority level 1. That Nautilus dredge line, if they wanted to bring it to the top side of the map, could be very powerful. And I like the split map that you're painting, Rafa. It's something that we saw Wildcard do yesterday in game 1. They had a very strong bot side with the Olaf, also pretty powerful level 1 too. They did a very good job of splitting the map and finding some priority, helping out their bot lane. And some of the flexibility that you're teasing, Rafa, that you talked with the coaches of Wildcard, we might have to see it here because I like the split map top lane plan. And I think it's very important with this comp for Wildcard Gaming to do something pre-6, because once that Stand United comes on in, it's kind of a stymie. And any play you make has to be aimed at Shen, or else you're going to have to get through an 800 damage shield, right? So really want to see if they do try to split the map topside, focus on that top side of the lane, and potentially make a play, because this is a very different look for Quacker. It's not the Ornn, it's not the Shen, it's the Darius into the Shen, and this is a matchup that if you are given help, you can punish and drive home very hard.
Have you ever had a Darius run full speed at you with full-on 5 speed stacks to Cubby?
It's scary. That's why I don't play top lane.
I mean, your Silas was nice that one time that we played it, but yes.
I had not played. That's like my 5th time playing Silas, and I'm really glad that I'm a little bit higher ranked than the people in that lobby, or else it would have been really bad. So we're good to go. We're good to go.
Regardless here, Quacker is ready to put on his carry pants for the first time as we're seeing on the Rift today in game 1 between Wildcard and Evil Genius's Prodigies. And we've already spoken our predictions. We're both looking at 2-1 here, but honestly, Cubby, I mean, if this early game plan from Wildcard, which historically, so far, the macro has been stellar, but if EGP are the first team to really put a dent in those plans, then we could see a change of momentum swing towards the Little Devils here.
Yeah, the one thing that we were unanimous about with the desk is the fact this series is going to 3. We think it's going to be a very close series between these two teams. I gave Wildcard the edge just because of the game planning they've had in that first 15 minutes, as you mentioned, Rafa, and think that's going to be really important in this game because, once again, if level 6 is hit for free on the side of EG Prodigies, they're going to be able to run the map for the next 10, 15 minutes of this game. They have the late game scaling in the Aphelios and some extra safety with the Thresh too. So I really think that the first 5-10 minutes of this game is going to be really important, and I think that Wildcard needs to get some advantages before those level 6s are obtained for the side of EGP, because there are some powerful ultimates you have with the Shen and the Hecarim in that top side of the map.
And something that we cannot stress enough here, Cubby, is that all the teams that have gone up against Wildcard before, they might have had their doubts, they might have had their misunderstandings, or their lack of prep, as clearly Solafide was not ready for Wildcard. But Wildcard is not winning games through cheese picks. They are playing the map incredibly well. And if there's going to be a team that will know that in advance, it is going to be EGP. Why? Because Coach Ido, we've said it before, he knows the two solo laners from Wildcard personally in Zeno and Quacker. And in fact, he knows them so well that they're practically next door neighbors. I was just speaking with him before the game start today that they're sharing next door rooms. So they have to be very careful, and because the walls are very thin. So when it comes to game plan and prepping, I find that is very, very hilarious, but also that there's a lot of respect between these two teams. So whatever happens down, there's no cheese. There's no flukes. This is all for real, Cubby.
Really hope that Ido doesn't hear any quacks coming through that wall. I don't know if that's like good or bad coming from Quacker, but he probably knows how to decipher those after coaching him on a team over at U of I. A school that's actually pumped out quite a few good prospects. I think Topopotamus also usually playing around amateur. He was a top laner as well for U of I. Yeah, the Poppy God. Yeah, his Poppy's very scary coming on through, but excited to see what happens with this one and that early game coming on through, because I think it's really crucial, and I really want to see, just like you teased, Rafa, do they end up splitting the map, trying to get an extra advantage for this Darius in the top lane? Because Shen, he is very diveable in the first 5 minutes, and I really want to see if they're able to pull that off and show some of that aggression they've been showing in the bot lane, but for the top lane with Quacker down.
Yeah, and this is, like we said before, this will be the first time that we've seen Quacker in a staged game pulling out a more aggressive pick. It's not Ornn, it's not Shen, that being taken away from him, not even Sion here. I mean, we are now seeing him put on Darius pants. And when you're picking something like a Darius, very strong pick in lane, but if it does not get off the ground, then it is a very famine or feast or famine pick, right? And then at this point, with a lot of the protective tools that have already been established for EGP, if they're able to get to that point in the game, how does Darius even dream of being able to interact with this backline? Without flash, without summoners.
Yeah, I really don't know. And I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Daption with the Nautilus to pull off some good engages, right? Because Darius needs other people to create space for him so he can get involved. And, you know, that one good thing about Nautilus, that dredge line, that depth charge is pretty much point and click CC, especially with how obnoxious that hitbox is. So I really think it's going to be on Daption to kind of pick his spots and make sure that they're going in together as a team. Because if not, and if you put that Darius behind, it could be a really ugly game really quickly here for Wildcard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for has finally arrived. Game 1 between Wildcard Gaming and EGP will be starting soon. Get your hands ready.
Got to pull out my hand warmer for this one, Rafa.
That's
like all
right.
These guys.
No popcorn either. This isn't, you know, silent movie stuff. This is going to be action-packed. We're going to see some very clever, very intelligent moves being made by both teams here. And, oh my god, he did it. Quacker's going with the Ghost Flash. I know that is like the standard, what you see in solo queue, but it's always, when it comes to competitive, sometimes they don't run that. They run the Teleport Flash, but the Quacker is all in on this pick here, Cubby.
Dracoon would be proud, I think is what we have to say about that
Hell
one.
yeah.
Ghost Flash being taken. Surprise, so we do have Daption starting with a sweeper, so they might be trying to knock out an early ward and go for that late invade as you were teasing, Rafa, but Surprise, it's not going to be topside. They, if anything, they might look towards bot, or Graves goes for a standard start. Once again, I think Graves pathing tops will be very important in this matchup. So if Darius given some help, he can run over this matchup, and it's definitely a pick. We've seen it banned away from Wildcard before. That early pick Shen, I think, is good for them to deny from Quacker, because Wildcard showed they can play around that pick very, very well. But they're going to have to deal with a counter pick, as we might have a late invade coming on into.
And that ward being spotted out by Mist.
Oh, they're going.
Is going to see them, but they're preparing for it. Do they actually win this if all 4 come? I don't know.
They have an extra man.
Oh,
Surti knows.
They also have Surti, and he can get a massive taunt engage if he comes out. And Daption just went forward without the rest of the team, and there's nowhere for him to go. EGP, they've done their homework. They knew it was coming, and Wildcard, they're going to suffer first blood.
We tease that these two teams are very familiar with each other. I think we saw a bit of that there. Surti coming on down, still trying to make a play.
They're still trying to push for it. Ignite goes down on a Trickster. He's got to run, but...
No Azir.
Oh my goodness, Cubby. This is going from bad to slightly worse here. And now Zeno is cut off. If he doesn't flash over this wall, I think he's pretty much a dead man here.
Tomio, he leveled the E-second to try and chase that one down. Zeno has to burn flash, but a disastrous start coming out for Wildcard. They find themselves far behind in the jungle, far behind in the bot lane. I believe they were late to hit those creeps. The only person that got a lead off of that, it's going to be Quacker in the top lane. So the weak side top laner that played so well yesterday against Solafide finds himself in a much different position in this game, going to have to pull out some sort of lead in that top lane if they want to turn this game around, because it's looking ugly so far at the start.
And he will have double summoner advantage on Surti in this early lane. Now, if he can manufacture and manipulate the lane wave where Surti can no longer walk up for free, then it will be pretty nice for Quacker. But right now, the wave is currently pushing into him, and we got Trickster. He's invading after giving up a kill, just taking the blue buff, but he might be able to get this.
This would be super smurf actually coming in from Trickster. He does have a smite. Can he steal this?
He walks up, he finds it. Oh my god, he actually got it, and he runs in, and he's got the flash. He knows he doesn't have Ghost in Tokyo. Wow. He's gonna get shut down by Trickster.
Trickster, that was a game-saving play coming out from Trickster. We talked about how far ahead Hecarim got off of that early invade. Yes, he's still 2-0, but that does kill a lot of the tempo that Tomio would have had in this matchup. The knowledge coming out from Trickster, they didn't have any tracking. That was a guess coming out from him, just knowing the jungle timer. Such good play coming out from the young jungler of Wildcard.
And this is something that Prussian was speaking highly of this jungler before the series when I got a chance to talk with him last night, that even though this is Trickster's amateur debut, he has not had any competitive experience before this. He's very aggressive, but he also paths incredibly intelligent.
He got a double crab from that too.
Oh my goodness.
And he has his entire bot side jungle as well. He was able to take away that red. He has his whole side to go to now. This Hecarim finds himself behind after that disastrous level 1 off of that pathing. And I know from talking with Prussian as well, he knew about Luke and Daption, but he didn't know as much about Xeno and Trickster, and all of a sudden they've just found hidden gems is the way that he put it. And man, Trickster's looking real good in this early game so far. I know that level 1 was a disaster, but he saved the game with that play.
You know, just considering that Tomio could have had a massive tempo advantage, and considerably as a Hecarim, you farm way faster than a Graves does early on, just because you're able to spam the Rampage stacks on that Q. But now with this, now he has the camp lead again. Now he has the tempo advantage, and he has the summoner advantage as well. And Quacker, we might be able to see a solo kill here. He's got the ghost. He's got flash if he needs to fall for it. Surti, I think he already knows he's dead. Oh
Beautiful.
My God! Quacker with the prediction flash, knowing where Surti was going to be.
That was so good coming out from Quacker. He knew he just needed one more auto. It wasn't going to go through because of the flash, so he used the Q and the flash to ensure he gets the kill. Surti doesn't have teleport as well, so this wave is going to be denied, and that counter pick and early lead for Quacker. We talked about how he has to cash this one in. That solo kill, step 1.
I know we're getting a little excited early, Covey, but it's hard to contain that excitement when this is such a hype matchup, considering the amount of just personal relationships that both of these teams have with each other. I mean, even Daption coming from the Evil Geniuses team before they brought in Mist. There's so much history between these two, and just being able to see how much of the mind games, how far the limits are being pushed in ways that we haven't seen yet on any stream yet so far in this Prison tournament. Is incredible. But Xeno, yeah, I mean, Cubby, you said it. He doesn't have flash. He's a little too far pushed up for it, and Tomio is going to be able to make a beautiful punish on this mid laner.
Xeno hugging the wrong side of the lane there, gets punished. His jungler just took Dragon. Speaking of dragons, that was the biggest part about Wildcard's victory against Solafide. They were 10 for 10 in dragons that spawn. Solafide did not get a single dragon in that series, including Elder Drakes. They keep that up. They take the first dragon, and I understand we actually have a replay coming on in of that solo kill from Quacker once again. Yeah. I think notably as well, he cancels the back end of that auto animation by throwing the apprehend out next, the E on Darius, and then the flash gas coming out here is just so good.
Thank you for the slow motion on that replay as well. Shout outs to our Hawaiian production squad, but wait a second.
Oh, kills across the map.
Oh man, Aspect actually coming up for a roam and putting Quacker down in his place to give a little relief to Surti, but also looks like Tomio was able to get one on as a collapse onto Trickster as well. Hopefully we'll be able to see that again, or if, I mean, Cubby, we said it before, this was supposed to be an action-packed series, and even with during the replay time, we don't even get to see what else action is happening on the Rift.
Yeah, kill minutes so far. I think the important part is maybe some of that competitive experience we talked about with Trickster coming on through. They took the dragon in their bot lane, reset. He goes for that crab when the tempo and the priority was with EGP, right? So Mist and Shiro, looks like they roamed on up and were able to help out with that kill. Really solid bot lane play coming out from these two guys, helping out. And all of a sudden, Tomio is 4-1, as on the flip side of the map, we also had the Darius, he doesn't have flash after that one, so he gets punished. Nice roam from Aspect, as I understand we do have a replay coming on up, as we're going to see Aspect is making his way up. This is a no flash Quacker, and they're able to deny a big wave into this tower. Good play coming out from the team of EGP, coming back and keeping themselves in this game. And we've talked about how Trickster has been playing their way back into this one with Wildcard, but we still have a pretty significant lead for EGP. As more action, Daption, he's going to go down.
Yeah, he's got no way out of this. Even if he tries to walk up to the wall, that's a hard wall to flash, and he's going to get pinned down. Shiro is going to get a kill to his name. And just like that, we were getting slightly excited for Wildcard, trying to bring it back, but EG Prodigy saying, hey, hang on, the show is not over yet. We still got things tied up here, as Tomio and the rest of the squad are trying to bring the gold lead back in their favor.
Yeah, and this is the dangerous part of the game for Wildcard, right? Because Stan United's now available. Tomio has access to his ultimate as well on the Hecarim. And this is where, I mean, you can see Luke paying the respects that this Hecarim, he could dive him instantly, and I feel like Wildcard knows this. On the flip side, they were able to secure that 8-minute Rift Herald. They're going to take the topside jungle, so trying to keep on funneling gold into Quackers. That seems to be the game plan here for Wildcard. They do find themselves behind, but still have a chance to, get the Darius rolling. Maybe he's able to not be dealt with in the side lane as the game goes on.
Oh, well, Quacker picks up the red buff, whether that was intentional or not. He's going to have a little bit of extra power in his hands. Taunt comes out. He's able to pull him back, but Aspect is here for the counter game.
Here.
And the rest of the bot lane is here, and Quacker, oh no, he's trying to go all out onto the side, but EG Prodigies getting that early rotation from Mist back up with Tomio, and they punish the overextension.
Rafa, I love seeing good support play in NA Amateur, as sometimes it's a rarity. That was a beautiful roam coming out from Mist there, as him being there in that presence with Tomio. I think they would have had it with Tomio as well, but just Mist having the presence of mind to know that they were invading that red buff as well as Tomio. He has a tempo. He's continuing this priority.
And Tomio's basically saying, hey, remember when you invaded me on my red buff? Yeah, that wasn't really fun. Here's payback.
He's saying get the hell out of your own jungle, as he is now 5-1-2 in this game and really starting to take over the map. Already has that Trinity Force, and things are really scary here for Wildcard. They cannot step up in any of these lanes, or else they are at threat of Tomio being there and finding a kill, because he is way too far ahead in this hack room.
Yeah, this is a massive power spike for Tomio right now. This is the scary point of almost no return whenever you fight up against Hecarim's, because this is the mid-game stride where Hecarim is just a giant monster in these fights, whether it be skirmishes or full-blown on 5-on-5. And with the Conquer stacking up, it's hard to kill him, and he's got a ton of damage to be able to back it up to threaten back lines or be able to fight the front lines. And because Quacker isn't quite at the level he needs to be yet, just in terms of gold and being able to hit that power spike, I don't even think that Quacker can fight Tomio right now.
Oh, no one can. I mean, you throw in the fact that he's going to have Stand United in his back pocket as well with the help of Surti. The map is for EGP to run, and I think they're going to start that by taking down this dragon. They have the bot lane prio. They have Stand United. This should go over to their hands pretty easily, as they have all the priority in the world on that side of the map.
And this is the first time where we see Wildcard finally being challenged in terms of macro play and map favor rotation. This is going to be, Cubby, the first dragon that Wildcard doesn't get in all of the games that they have played, but looks like Trickster is going to get his eyes set onto Surti, trying to play towards that Shen, but beautiful taunt. Surti will be able to get out alive.
Just to clarify, all the games that were played yesterday against Solofides, they were able to take all of them. EGP, though, changing the script pretty quick, going to take that Mountain Drake for themselves. And
gotcha.
I will say the 3K gold lead also does help with that. Wildcard has to give that one up, right? There's no way they can contest that hack room, as they know that the map is for EGP, and you can see them trying to pull off some sort of cheese in this top lane. Graves has snuck his way up into here, and we're going to have to see if Trickster can pull something out of his hat, as it seems like Surti's unaware.
Oh, is he unaware, Cubby? I feel like there's this slight nagging feeling in the back of the head that he could be there. But meanwhile, wait, Shiro just gets absolutely destroyed.
Oh, that's a poor bot lane play coming out from Mist and Shiro. In that matchup, you cannot have Aphelios standing in front of Thresh. You always need something to help out the Aphelios, and usually it's a Thresh play, because that can stop the dredge line from going all the way through and following up with an auto. But Daption, he lands that dredge line onto Shiro, and they blow up the Aphelios. Also, props to Team Luke, who, with that dredge line landing, he was able to land the Q where every single bullet was able to hit Aphelios and followed up with a W while he was under CC. So we talked about this bot lane. It's been so dominant for Wildcard. They're showing it there with the 2v2 kill coming on through.
Almost about 13 minutes into the game. Gold lead still in Evil Genius's favor, but small advantages like this can be useful for Wildcard. But, when we mentioned it before, Cubby, if it gets later and later to the game, this is more of Evil Genius's territory and favor to play towards, just because we talked about it before. How does Quacker get a chance to interact with this backline if he's not ahead and if he doesn't have his summoners up? Because there's just so much protective utility that is designed to help provide space for this backline to be able to operate in team fights. So, if Trickster can put more attention towards the top side of the map, then maybe they can get him off to the ground. But time is running out as Tomio and Aspect are starting to make their way towards the bottom side of the
Yeah, I think the one hope here, and what the person that we have to keep our eyes on, Rafa, is going to be Team Luke, right? Because he is the one person with that killer instinct that can get behind the rest of the team, but he is under threat here.
Oh, and he's getting dove by Tomio. Onslaught of Shadows comes in, but they turn it around. Team Luke is still going to be able to survive before he eventually goes down. But the shutdown does go over to Xeno as he turns it around with the Chaos Storm. He's still trying to put in damage using that Chaos Laser, but he has to flash away. And Aspect potentially looking for a re-engage. He does have flash, but he's also sub 400 HP. He goes for it, but Daption gets a predictive dredge line, knowing he was going to go for the play, and puts him in his place.
EG somehow managed to survive that dive with blinking health bars everywhere, and I have to say, the moves that Team Luke put on at the start of that fight, able to dodge out and around that Hecarim, just bought so much time. He was able to put down as much damage as he could, and EG, they couldn't deal with the tower yet. They didn't quite manage the aggro good enough, and that was such a close play for Aphelios to wipe, but instead, Wildcard, they're able to pull it out as... Look at the moves here that Team Luke puts on. He cleanses this, flashes over the ultimate, and then ults back under his tower. Really slick play coming out from the Kai'Sa already. This guy has been teased as a really good up-and-coming AD carry. I was talking to Morgan about this guy months ago when some of the coaches were reaching out to me to ask, who was good up-and-coming. He was talking about Team Luke. Really good, really happy to see him showing up so far alongside Daption as well, another young prospect who, man, is a sick dredge line there.
Oh, Quacker also has flash. He's going to go for it. It burns the flash off of Sir T. And now with the summoner advantage, Quacker looking to be strong
really likes
again.
that emote. He really likes that emote.
Okay. I mean, come on, man. Don't you ever just look at a play and you're just like, okay. I mean, Rammus is a universal state of mind here, but Xeno, he's not in a good state of mind right now. He's getting pushed back into a giant rainbow dash and is very pissed right now. An Aspect is going to take him down, but Trickster is going to push forward. He's got the Gale Force. He's got the movement speed. He's got the phase rush to track him down, and Aspect is going to have to get the hell out of there.
And that's the power of Azir coming on through, right? We talked about the disengage to help protect the Aphelios, but also the playmaking ability, right? Victor, another champion that doesn't deal too well with terrain. We saw Xeno abuse Tuesday's Victor yesterday, utilizing the Anivia pick. This time around, Aspect kind of turning it on Xeno, utilizing that Emperor's Divide and all the mobility that Azir can put together when he uses that Shurima Shuffle combo. Good kill going on over, but a good trade as well, as the Gale Force came up big there for Trickster.
Just a little bit of extra movement speed. I mean, if we talk about an angry man with a shotgun, giving him extra movement speed is always a combo for disaster for the enemy team. As now, Wildcard looking to get themselves ready for this next dragon. It is going to be Ocean, as playing for an Ocean Soul this game. And just, if we're going to add on top to any of these scary teams with very scary bruisers in this Hecarim or this Darius, giving them an Ocean Soul on top of it would make them almost near unkillable.
I must say, Rafa, I'm not... Oh, here we go. Never mind.
Wow. Daption just does not miss with these dredge lines on the Shiro. That's the Aphelios going down. Aspect is going to be able to turn it around once again, but EGP losing out on their marksman in trade of Wildcard support. Definitely Wildcard being the victors here, as now they have advantageous positioning over this dragon, but EGP, they're not going to give it up without a fight, Cubby.
I was just about to talk about how I don't really like that they're going for this dragon fight, but if Daption just keeps on having those dread lines be point click on Aphelios, doesn't matter. Fight breaks out, they get the dragon.
Oh man, and Onslaught of Shadows gives him the fear to be able to secure the dragon, but he will give his life as well as Aspect. So Wildcard, they go up 2 kills, but they lose the second dragon of the game, or third dragon of the game, I should say. But gold lead is starting to stabilize a bit, and it helps bring that gold gap closer for Wildcard, because they still need to get Quacker online, because he's not quite at the 1v9 state yet.
Honestly, I'm really surprised they ended up grouping there as Xeno's going to go down. He can't eat that. It's a bad hook.
And Daption, unfortunately, dredge lined the wall right there, so he wasn't ready to follow up on the play, and he might just get chased down here by Aphelios and Sir T. That's a double for Shiro. That's payback for all the times that Daption's been able to set up an all-in onto the EG 80 carry. He's back in the game. He's got that Kraken Slayer on lock. And right now, Cubby, back and forth. A lot of these moves are going essentially in EG's favor. Wildcard is swinging punches back, but it just seems anytime that we see Wildcard get an advantage back, EG are ready to come back.
I mean, that's an unforgivable mistake coming out from Xeno. You cannot step in front of the minions there and eat that death sentences. They did have a play potentially set up, and I love the fact that Daption is really trying to attack Aphelios while his flash is down. Something that's very key to this champion, the fact that that's really his only mobility, especially the fact that he did go with the Kraken Slayer. Obviously, he does have that Lantern in his back pocket if Mist is by his side, but still pretty tough to execute for these guys, and a lot of tools are on the side of Wildcard to attack this Aphelios. And Shiro, he needs to position better in these fights. He cannot keep on eating these dredge lines and getting blown up if his team wants to have a chance, because this Aphelios, he is the damage, right? Azir, yes, does a lot of damage, but Aphelios going untouched is what is going to really push these team fights in favor of EG Prodigies. So this guy, we're pitching him as one of the top AD prospects in Proving Grounds, really needs to step up and prove that that is the player that Shiro is with his positioning in this game.
And Team Luke already, when we saw that dive towards the bottom side of the map just a couple minutes ago, already proven his worth, pretty much pulling out a Tracer cosplay from Overwatch, you know, for any Overwatch fans there. Just being able to blink back and forth under the fight. It's incredible stuff here.
If only he had the rewind, too.
Oh, I mean, he kind of did with that killer instinct, right? Because he just went back into the same spot that Tomio was diving him
towards. A little bit more health on his health bar, but that's okay. It was still a pretty sick play coming out from him.
I mean, if he had an Echo Ultimate on top of all that, Kit, it would be busted, Cubby. So, you know, we have to take, and we have to take what we can get, all right?
Very true, as we do have another dragon in 2 minutes, and I don't expect any action until that point, Rafa, but both teams looking to posture for the better position. This Rift Herald being dropped should knock down that mid lane turret and help open up the map a little bit more for EGP.
Tier 1 turret going down. This is going to give EGP the opportunity to be able to move into the top side of this jungle, but you already see that Aspect is one step ahead of his own team and saying, yep, blue buff is mine, Gromp is mine, I'm going to take this, thank you. And being able to deny these resources, especially from a mana-hungry champion like Victor here, when it comes to these fights, you know, being able to pull out that Chaos Storm, to be able to control the map and the terrain around using the gravity trap of it, this is going to be super important. So that denial right there could prove useful. Oh my God, Shiro, relax, buddy, relax.
He's got to be careful. Okay. Oh,
okay.
Miss.
Well, Flash comes out from Miss, but Daption is going to answer with a respectful flash of his own. I mean, Tomio potentially thinking about an engage, but by that time, Wildcard had already
to back off there.
Yeah. Wildcard has already backed off enough. They've given the respect, and so now a couple flashes are being burned, but so far, none of the AD carries flashes are burned yet. They're both back up, and so this is going to be very crucial as they navigate both of these fights, because there's a lot of scary stuff to try and dodge here, Cubby.
Okay, Rafa, we do have less than a minute till the Dragon. I think the most interesting part about the map set we have right now is the fact that EGP, they have their control wards around the Baron, and they do have a comp that can threaten Baron very easily with the Kraken Slayer on Aphelios and the Leandries on Azir with the Nash's Tooth now completed as well. I'm curious to see if they make a play for that objective and maybe try and trade Baron for the Dragon coming on through. That said, they have gotten mid-prio and are pushing into this side of the jungle, trying to secure some more priority. Look out for Hecarim flanks. If Tomio is able to get an angle, I think that's what put Wildcard in a terrible position. For the side of Wildcard, look out for Daption. He is the one who has to find these engages, has to find the Aphelios or the Azir. He's doing great landing those dredge lines so far. Let's see if he can land another one in this fight.
Yeah, well, this time Shiro does have both of his summoners up, so it's going to be up to him if he can dodge it. Daption already looking for the Birdman there in Aspect. He has his flash as his own, but he's going to be able to dodge away. And now Wildcard are going to be able to push EGP back into this chokehold of their own jungle. They're going to have priority over this dragon, but can the flank from Tomio be nice? Onslaught of Shadows is going to go again. It's going to be secured by Wildcard, but the fight is back on an Aspect with the beautiful Shurima Shuffle is going to be able to fling all of the backliners and Wildcard into the open hands of Evil Genius's Prodigy. Trickster and Quacker are still going to be able to make it out alive, but Baron is up on the table.
Aspect is the one who made the big play with the Shurima Shuffle, but that was set up by Surdy's Taunt Flash. He found two. He forced the summoners out of Team Luke, and that's what paved the way for Aspect to slide on in there, scoop the rest of the Wildcard back into EGP as they take a huge team fight win, a 3-0. They give away the Dragon, but they say, we'll take the Baron, we'll take those big purple suits, all that gold. As EGP set themselves up now to possibly win the game with this Baron. They are very far ahead at this point. They have a great siege comp when they're grouped up, and some of the struggles that Darius coming on through here as he does not team fight well and doesn't fight well around terrain. That was proved with that fight as Aspect. Man, he just melted through the entire team. EGP looking real good with that fight and looking real good to take game one.
Yeah, when you even look at the respective backliners for EGP versus Wildcard in terms of gold lead, I mean, it's 2,000 each. They're practically sitting almost an entire full item power spike above their counter picks here, or their opponents here. So EGP are fighting with more money. I think the quote you said yesterday, or someone said yesterday, is that they're slapping them with bigger wallets or something along those lines. I'm trying to remember.
It's not a bad thing to just like flex the wallet, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes having more gold in your pocket does win you fights. But
they're
Wildcard,
like walking into the bar, throwing a huge wad of cash at the bar, like the bar, and it's just being like, yeah, we got the first round. It's fine.
But here's the thing, Cubby. Last night, Wildcard proved that just because you have more money doesn't mean you win games, and they might be able to prove it in this game 1 as well if they can find a correct team fight and be able to outplay EGP here.
Xeno's not back yet. I think this turret falls. The fact that Victor's not here, they're going to put so much damage down on this inhibitor turret. Maybe take it on this push.
Baron buff still about another minute to spare before it eventually goes away. Wildcard going to have to prepare the defense well. They're trying to do their best to wave clear, but against the likes of Nazir and the likes of Aphelios, it's going to be pretty damn difficult here. And you see Tomio already just waiting in the wings over the wall. They have the vision control over there to make sure that they cannot get spotted out by a potential flank here. And I think this inhibitors is theirs.
Yeah, a couple things to note on that push. Shiro doing a really good job of rotating his guns, getting a really good combo. The blue-purple is a really easy way to find the AoE. His Aspect, that stand United used, had to be saved. Xeno's in trouble.
Oh, and Xeno went all in for that play onto Aspect, but will go down at the hands of Mist, getting punished. We see Trickster chasing down Mist on the other side of the fight, but Surti is actually getting low, and Quacker might be able to clean this up, and EGP, they're on the run away from Wildcard. Aspect has made it back into the fight, but he's on the wrong side of the tracks. He's going to have to run the hell away. Daption is waiting. He's over the wall. He goes for the recall. Daption has the X Flash. He's going to lock him down, and this should be lights out for Aspect.
Wow, that is such a good team fight coming out from Wildcard as Xeno, he gets blown up, but he did a lot of damage, and in the jungle, I think Team Luke was really able to posture and position his way through that team fight. Honestly, really excited that hopefully see that one once again, because that was a close fight. Wildcard, they get the best of them, and they just swayed the Baron push. Yes, they lose an inhibitor, but they don't lose any more and start to take a little bit of shutdown gold back into their pockets on the map.
We need to take another look at that, Cubby, because
yeah, please. I got lost. That was a split fight. Okay, so they get so much damage on the Aspect. He's able to TP back into the fight. The fact that Azir isn't here, and then watch Trickster. He zones Thresh away from this fight. All the tools to protect Shiro are gone, and Daption realizes this. He lands the Dredge line once again. They take down the Aphelios. He is the linchpin of this comp with the Azir. With those two people out of the fight, they just run house on the rest of it. End up finding Aspect as well. Really good fight from Wildcard. The fact they were able to chunk out Azir, I think, was huge in paving a little bit of room so that the Darius and the Graves can maneuver their way around that fight, find the members they needed to find, take down those people, and set up for another dragon fight, Rafa. We're back.
Yeah, without that potential Emperor's Divide, it essentially opened the floodgates for Wildcard to just pile in through that choke point and run down Evil Geniuses. Now, can they manufacture a point like that again? We're going to have to see here, because Aspect, his flash is coming up, and just under a minute here. So
yeah, Shiro as well. I think if I'm Wildcard, I look for an engage right now while these flashes are down. They have them timed at this level of play. Let's see if Daption can maybe find something, but it seems like the control's over to EGP, and honestly, they might just have to seed this. They're behind. They don't have control. They're going to try and get mid-turret.
Yeah, Wildcard, you know, this would be pretty helpful since they haven't been able to take it all game along. It's been about 27 minutes.
Flank here. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, if Tomio took the aggressive path, that might have been a decent fight for him. Once again, I really think the EGP are looking to team fight at this point, because if they do it together and they manage this Darius, they have a much stronger 5v5.
But now they have the inside track on this mid lane push, and the inhibitors open. So, I mean, Wildcard, they can threaten to potentially catch out any members who don't rotate correctly here. They're going to be walking towards this top tier 2 turret. And Wildcard, they're not in the same position that they were in last time to be able to make a fruititious pick on the Aspect. This time EGP are going to be
fruititious.
You know what? I was looking for different words that we're going to roll with it. Just don't mind it. Aspect pushing the wave here, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like EGP are just going to get a recall off.
I was hoping you would at least use like Fergalicious, something like that.
That's game 2, buddy. That's game 2.
Okay. We're saving the good stuff for game 2.
Remind me in 30 minutes. Oh man.
Well, that's all right, Rafa. Big girls don't cry, so we're gonna ignore that one and try and move on. As I'll try and think of more Fergie references to bring to the broadcast, because that's what we all came here for.
Good old 2000s. Them and the Black Eyed Peas. You know, that was a good group to listen to. But 29 minutes have passed by, Cubby, and we've definitely seen a lot unfold. But we're getting to the point where, I mean, this is more so in EGP's ballpark. We're about to hit 3 items. Actually, we've already hit 3 items on their main carries in Aspect and Shiro here. So this is their prime. This is where, if fights are traditionally taken front to back, 5-on-5, EGP will be able to win every single time. So Wildcard, they're totally relying on vision control and making sure that they can find, creative flanks, I should say. And this could be one here. Daption is just going to lock down Tomio, and if he can't get out, Surti puts the ultimate down. Ignite comes up, but Team Luke says, I need to make the play. He goes in for the killer instinct and takes down the horse, turns it into glue. Quacker trying to buy as much time as he can, has a stopwatch, but Fluke will eventually go down, but Quacker does potentially have resets. He's got the bleed stacks, and look, the second marksman of the team for Wildcard is still alive. He can run them down if he has the damage, and it looks like he will. Surti gets the flash out, but he's still turning it around. Surti with the double kill from Shen will be able to make Wildcard's dreams a nightmare. And Xeno has teleported, and he's going to be able to run down this, but by God, Cubby, this is just game 1.
I miscalculated the damage, man. Surti, that's why he's playing and I'm not. That was a great skirmish coming on out, but I think the really important part, which you highlighted in the fight, Mark, they were able to get onto this Aphelios. They were able to get onto Shiro. Team Luke had an awesome killer instinct in the backline. It was a great play from Quacker to buy time with the stopwatch, and Rafa, that fight was so good. We just have to see it once again as Daption, they get so much health down on Tomio early, and he has to ult out of the fight, and then everything was used to try and protect the horse, and so Shiro, he's able to get attacked once again. They need to save these team fight tools to help out the Aphelios.
And just throughout that, I mean, the killer aggression from Team Luke to go all the way forward. I mean, if Surti wasn't so damn good at this shit,
I mean, they're getting Baron. This game's crazy.
Oh my God, wait.
EGP got Baron. Yeah, go back to live. This is way more interesting. They have Baron once again for EGP. They have an open inhibitor, and they're trying to knock down the rest of the base. They had tempo off of that reset coming on through, and we talked about how they can melt Baron with the Aphelios, with the Azir. They do it right there, and once again, secure a Baron buff for this upcoming Ocean Soul. They are on Soul Point. Look out for Daption. He is the one that has to find the engage, has to find the angle with vision control. They have the early start on securing bot lane control, so really want to see if Wildcard is able to maintain this, because the only way they get back into this game is if they make a pick.
And the pick would have to be on to Shiro and Aspect, whose flashes are down once again for this fight. Aspect pushes the aggression forward on the Quacker. He's going to be able to use the Stride Breaker as well. That Stand United without that shield. That means the next pick on the Shiro, that means he's not going to get that giant health shield that could potentially prevent him from going down in this fight. But they had the inside track and they had the Baron buff. They're just marching onto the gates of this inhibitor. It's going to go down, and EGP might just threaten to end the game. But Daption finds Shiro once again. He steps forward without summoners, and Team Luke will be able the first one to pick up that kill. And Surti, the hero from the last fight, will now go down to Xeno. Aspect finds one's back on the Daption, but Quacker, he's got the resets. Aspect, the Birdman, will fall to Wildcard. Ocean Dragon will be up for the taking from Wildcard. And Tomio's winning the wings, but I don't think he's going to be able to save his support here. This Ocean Dragon should go over to the hands of Wildcard.
I mean, what is Shiro doing? They see the entire team over the wall. Daption says, all right, you don't want to put a body in front of Shiro. Thank you very much. I'll land another dredge line for free coming on through, and the Aphelios falls. The team comp cannot work. They need to position better, put people in front of the Aphelios, and make sure they're saving their Lantern and their Emperor's Divide to try and protect their big carry coming on through. You can see no one's in front of Shiro. It's so free for Daption. He doesn't have flash. He's like, flashes in. Thank you very much. I'll take that one for free, as the punishes coming out from the support of Wildcard have been so good this game. I know the scoreline doesn't look pretty, but the dredge lines do. So he's been making the plays this team needs to get back into this game. He saves the game, the fact that they're able to dissuade that push. They took the Ocean Drake for themselves. Now both teams are on Soul Point, as game one, man, it's delivering. We said this was going to be a close series. This is about as close of a game as we can get.
Oh man, and just to think that we're potentially getting another to 2 other games like this, Cubby. I hope you've got some honey tea prepped for yourself, because
Man, I've got 70 ounces of water in front of me, and I'm already through half of it. I'm ready to go. We knew we were going to be in for a long haul here.
Yeah, I've already downed my first water bottle. After this game, I'm going to have to stock up and bring like 3 or 4 more just in case here, Cubby. Oh my god.
Wonder if Risen can like send us the gallon, you know? We just need like the big Niberia bottle. Friend of the program.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you know, Niberia is definitely a seasoned veteran because of that. He knows how crazy these games could be. You know, I wonder actually if we actually our production, if they could send us water through. I mean, I know Hawaiian water has had some really dope properties to be able to heal through intense games like this. But just take a look at this, Cubby. EGP are already sitting as a 4-man stack here in
thank you. Thank you, observers. The vision toggle here is really nice. EGP carved out a nice little slot for them to slide on through. They're going to take this tower for free. Doesn't matter that much at this point, but I like the fact they're lying in wait to get a pick. We talked about the importance of a pick for Wildcard. They really needed to function in these 5v5s, but hey, at this point of the game, if anyone gets caught out, it could be the rest of the game, especially for EGP, who have already knocked down some of those base structures.
This time around, both Aspect and Shiro have both of the summoners. Not the teleport, but, you know, for Shiro, heal and flash are available, and Daption only has Hack's Flash available. So an engage from Daption, in theory, should not be as easy to make onto the backline for Evil Geniuses. And this time, Shiro is keeping his distance, and they have the vision control of that bottom side jungle. So there's no potential teleport flanks that Xeno could do if they were actually being that crazy, or if Quacker just wanted to do a full sprint marathon, run in with that ghost, and flank the backline. This time, EGP are much more prepared for the siege.
Yeah, we've talked about how important angles are for Wildcard, but I also like the fact that Tomio's looking a little bit further up to try and maybe get a pick, as they're going to use that move speed buff for the team from Daption. Not going to find anyone with that dredge line. And Rafa, with these big objectives spawning in a couple minutes, I think we're going to have a full reset coming out from both teams. They prepare to potentially push around the Baron and the Ocean Soul spawning in 2 minutes.
Take some time to breathe here, Cubby. And for all the lovely audience members at home watching, this has been one hell of a game one. Both of these teams, I mean, we have to drive this home. The winner of this series will get a free pass to semifinals, and they don't have to play any official matches until Saturday.
On a new patch, by the way.
Yeah. So being able to have that relief in the back of your head and to have that peace of mind is definitely something worth fighting for, and we're already seeing the stakes being measured up by both of these teams. But Wildcard have been on the back foot for quite some time, but just making pick after pick, being able to find opportunities out of nothing. And EGP, even though they've been playing spectacularly well, being able to answer back at a lot of Wildcard's decision-making, this is where potentially the fight goes in their way. Quacker gets locked up by the engage from Shiro, as well as Surgery, but Daption found Shiro again, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up this time. Resurrection is going to come out as the GA will be popped for Quacker, but can he live long enough to survive? And the question is no. Aspect will take him down. It's a double for him, and Shiro, this time untouched, gets to unleash the fury of that is Aphelios onto the members of Wildcard, and it's only Luke up. But Cubby, I think we know where game one is headed.
And after such an intense game with so many close fights, this is how the fight should look for EGP, right? They utilize their disengaged skills correctly. They protect Shiro, and look at all the damage that Aphelios is here we're able to put down when you're able to kite on through. Luke can't do anything about this. C donates one more kill over in EGP. They get sweaty that first game, but they manage to take down the win and are one step closer to finding themselves in the semifinals with 70 proving ground points guaranteed under their belts.
Holy moly, Cubby.
What a first game.
Hell yeah. I mean, we were essentially looking at a playoffs caliber level game. Right now, we're not even close to the quarterfinals yet. These are just pretty much some of the top teams right now, both 3-0 in the standings. And my God. They delivered. I love it, man. I love it. Now, let's start to unpack this game a little bit and see where Wildcard went wrong if they want to improve in the series, and what EGP, even though they won, what they can clean up. Let's start with Evil Geniuses here, Cubby.
I mean, honestly, if I'm a coach and I am sitting down, we'll go EGP first, but I'm a little bit more wary about that game, just given the fact that the level 1, I mean, if we think all the way back to what happened in that start, it was such a good setup for EGP. All they needed to do was get to level 6 with this comp and then start utilizing those tools. But Wildcard really pushed back, and Wildcard after that level 1 really had no business being in that game. EGP, they didn't use their disengage tools correctly for a lot of those fights. Shiro was mispositioning pretty brutally and has some unforgivable sins that were properly punished by Daption. And so if I'm Wildcard, I'm like, guys, it's okay. If this level 1 doesn't go our way, or if it goes our way, we're going to be just fine in this game. We fought back really well. We can take a lot of good points from this. I think Luke's Kaisa was fantastic. If I'm EGP, I really talk about how we clean up that mid game and prevent Wildcard from coming back, because you teased how strong they were in the first 15 minutes against Solafide. I think Wildcard's going to come out with a little bit of a better level 1 plan for the next game. And I want to see what kind of adjustments EGP makes going into that early game, because if that level 1 doesn't go the way it did, I think this game could have easily went Wildcard's way.
Absolutely. And we put a lot of attention towards this bottom side between this matchup between Shiro and Luke. But we have to obviously give credit to Daption. I mean, he was a monster, and he was a hero for throughout the game, being able to continue putting Wildcard in the state of the game where it's like, hey, this is actually kind of winnable, guys. Being able to punish Shiro's flash whenever it was down, and even times when Shiro did have flash, being able to make those engages happen. I mean, this was, as you said, almost unforgivable for Shiro, but absolutely monstrous for Daption. But we're getting a present here. I'm getting word from producers that we've got something.
Oh. Look, Rob, we got you some water.
Yeah!
Look at that. That's perfect. All right.
Drink up, Cubby.
We're going to take a few steps of that while we go into a break. But ladies and gentlemen, please do not go anywhere, because this series is hype. It delivered game 1, and we got game 2 coming up real quick. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
To go.
He does have a spike. Can he steal this?
He walks up, he finds, oh my god, he actually got it, he runs in, and he's got the flash, he knows he doesn't have ghost.
Well, as Tomio, he has a tempo, he's continuing this priority.
And you know, Tomio's basically saying, hey, remember when you invaded me on my red buff? Yeah, that wasn't really fun. Here's pay.
They give away the dragon, but they say, we'll take the Baron, we'll take those big purple suits, all that gold. As EGP set themselves up now to possibly win the game with this Baron. They are a very really good combo. The blue-purple is a really easy way to find the AoE. As Aspect, that Stand United he used, had to be saved. Xeno's in trouble.
Oh, and Xeno went all in for that play onto Aspect, but will go down at the hands of Mist, getting punished. We see Trickster chasing down Mist on the other side of the fight, but Surti is actually getting low, and Quacker might be able to clean this up, and EGP, they're on the run to go away from Wildcard. Ignite comes up, but Team Luke says, I need to make the play. He goes in for the killer instinct and takes down the horse, turns it into Clue. Quacker trying to buy as much time as he can, has a stopwatch, but Luke will eventually go down, but Quacker does potentially have resets. He's got the bleed stacks, and look, the second marksman of the team for Wildcard is still alive. He can run them down if he has the damage, and it looks like he will. Surti gets the flash out, but he's still turning around. Surti found Shiro again, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up this time. Resurrection is going to come out as the GA will be popped for Quacker, but can he live long enough to survive? And the question is no. Aspect will take him down. It's a double for him, and Shiro, this time untouched, gets to unleash the...
Luke can't do anything about this. C donates one more kill over in EGP. They get sweaty that first game, but they manage to take down the win and are one step closer to finding themselves in the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk for Risen Champions League. After the game number 1, which was so entertaining, when I tell you that the three of us on the desk were on the edge of our seat the entire time, I completely mean it, everyone. I'm sure you feel the exact same way in the Twitch chat. Oh, let it all out. Let it all out, guys. How was that game?
We expected it to be close. We expected it to be exciting, but our expectations were surpassed here. I think you said so yourself. This has been the best game so far. We have watched literally all of this split.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't just, action, 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 but the beautiful kind of plays being made across the map, constantly trading for objectives. One of the, when we usually talk about like a bunch of these games being very bloody, being full of fighting, it's a little bit one-sided sometimes, and a lot of it is just we're fighting for kills, we're fighting for gold, but both of these teams, when they looked for fights, it was always for something. They never came up kind of empty-handed when they went to go for the scraps.
Yeah, we're really starting to see why these two teams are in that upper echelon of the Risen Swiss bracket at that undefeated 3-0 mark. And I'm excited to see which one of them continues that forward to 4-0. But before we talk about that prospect at the end of the day, let's break down what happened in this game, Jack. We got to see the level 1 right out the gate. These teams started fighting it out immediately.
There were no punches held, and this level 1 fight, oh my god, like, EGP, they hard read this. Surdy, he's already here. They just get this easy first blood. That's easy peasy. But wait, there's more. Call now, and we'll double your offer, gentlemen. Not exactly right now. We're going to see a bit of a salty run back here from Wildcard to try and recuperate a bit of this, but just look at this. Surdy's still here. It's
look at it. Look,
5 versus 4, like... What can you say about this? There are immediately 2 kills on this Heck Room. We saw what Tomio was able to do. Just take over this early game. Because one thing I noticed in these first 10 to 15 minutes, wherever the hell Tomio was, Wildcard just had to respect that. They had to back off because those cloppers, those hoofs, the horse feet, I'm not a horseologist. I'm a washed-up analyst here.
Oh my god.
Look, I didn't go into veterinary medicine because I want to watch the league, and we got to watch some really Gucci smoochy League of Legends today, gentlemen.
Well,
this is primo.
You know, no matter what your level of knowledge is on horse science, I think we can all agree that this game started out very incredibly well for Evil Genius's Prodigies, but there was just so much action across all of the lanes, gentlemen. We got to see so many solo kills in jungle, in top lane, in support, in bot lane. Every single spot had at least one solo kill. I want to take a look at one in specific in the top lane for Quacker here on this Darius, because this is what he picked this champion for in this lane here, to counter pick this Shen. And the caster has highlighted it very well. Usually for Quacker, we're seeing him on things like the tanks, but when you've got Darius mechanics like that, of course you're going to be going for champions like this. Of course you're going to be going for these lane counter picks. But yeah, stuff like that coming through in this game just made it all the more volatile and all the more entertaining to see, because we didn't know until the very end which team was going to win. It was that close, but it was a lot more than solo kills, Dimitri. We got a lot of macro plays too.
Yeah, beautiful rotations across the map. We see the constant just push and pull from both of these teams. They want to go and put in some effort and put some resources into this top lane on the side of Wildcard. EGP immediately responded by going into the bot side, invading, finding Trickster, killing him, taking his jungle, making sure, hey, guess what? Well, you want to make sure you want to have your Xeno sit in mid lane and just farm it out. Aspect is making the roam up to top side. I loved watching these guys rotate across the map, taking objectives, especially EGP focusing on those Barons and saying, hey, we're willing to give some of these Drakes because right now we're ahead in gold. We're making sure that we're keeping up with our advantage. And it's been very awesome to watch. I'm looking forward to what we get from game 2, because if it's something like this, we are definitely getting that game 3.
Yeah, throwing it right back to you here for a little bit of a team fight breakdown, Dimitri. We got to see a glimpse of what the rest of this very long and very exciting game was going to be in that bot lane. We got to see a 4-on-4 right down there. Dimitri, take us through what was going on in this fight.
look at look how this is set up. So first, that Aphelios lock-in comes in, the instant cleanse from Luke, even with the Shen ultimate to try and save out on Tomio, takes way too long before to get this. And at this point, we're saying, okay, maybe Xeno can turn this, but Shiro is maxing out on damage. He's got his Infernum, almost kills 2 members of Wildcard. And at this point, everybody in call is literally losing their mind. That Daption interrupts the damage, gets the Drudge line, and they're able to turn that and make that dive from EGP. Exactly. Sam was like, my duo's nuts, my duo's nuts. But it was so incredible to watch. And I know that was early on into the game, but every single fight after that, every team fight was basically just the same. It was, are they actually going to win this? EGP were getting massive advantages at the beginning of team fights. And then all of a sudden, our boy Luke took notes from Gorka last night and was putting on the carry performance to try and keep his team in the game.
Yeah, I was very impressed by this Kai'Sa. I know we talked about it before as well. For Shiro, who was this perennial Kai'Sa player in the fall split too.
Yes.
I want to see him on this champion, because if that's what a Kai'Sa can do, if that's what the Kai'Sa like peak is, and Shiro is like the Kai'Sa main, the Kai'Sa pentakill gatherer. He had so many of them in just fall split alone. I want to see him on this pick. That's something that I definitely want to see. Of course, Evil Genius is still winning with this Aphelios, pumping out all those damage. And touching a little bit more on the duos as well, it feels like in this game, no matter which duo we could have picked, we all would have felt really good, because even though my duo ended up killing the Azir right there, I'm still pretty sure that either one of those mid laners would have been completely fine, right, Jack?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that my mid laner did the most damage, so get dabbed on.
Wow.
True.
Okay.
Results-based analysis here. I saw the future, I saw the results, and I out-analyzed you boys. Just admit it.
Well, your mid laner also did lose. Let's just be, let's keep it fair.
Okay. That's fair.
So did my support.
Yeah.
So we're in the same boat right there.
Top laner, lose lane, win game. That's the ultimate. That is the ultimate prophecy. Okay, doesn't matter. Hey, I got a bad lane matchup. Doesn't matter. Still gonna win the game. That damage from Xeno is massive, and I was expecting a little bit more out of Kai'Sa, especially for some of the plays towards the end of that game. But I'm pleased to see what we got out of this one, especially coming out from some of these members. Aspect, I think, did a fantastic job on this Azir.
Yeah, we got to see some incredible performances across the board here in just game number 1. We still have at least 1, maybe 2 games left. I want to take this over to you, Gofrino, for just one last thought on how we expect Wildcard to really bounce back from this, because we saw some different takes from them. We saw some different ways of playing in this blue side draft. How are we expecting them to prepare coming in for game number 2 to maybe take us to 3?
I don't think they won't go for as risky as a level 1, since it seems like EG Prodigies did their homework very well for the type of early game map movements that we see out of Wildcard. And it kind of helped them set the tone a lot for that game. I know Rafa and Cubby, were both going on about how EG can scale very well and how important those first few early levels were. And if Wildcard were able to keep it that tight with that early deficit, I want to see what they can do if they don't have to start on the back foot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We saw some high octane lanes, some high octane level 1s, and that led into some high octane team fights just all across the board. We were completely in awe of this game number 1. I am so excited to see if game number 2 holds up to that same standard. Let's take it away to the casters to see if it does.
Thank you, Smacks, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game 2 between Wildcard and Evil Genius Prodigies. And for those that missed out, I mean, it was so hot. Cubby, I think we're gonna have to take the jackets off for this game too right now.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, for real.
I don't know if I can do that. we're gonna leave it on for now.
All right. Well, you can join me once the cameras are off. I know you got a little wires to untangle, but here we go. Just to catch everyone up who didn't see the game 1. I mean, it was very close, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth. Evil Genius Prodigies being able to match up against Wildcard's usual level 1 strategy, being able to answer back beautifully. But then again, Wildcard, not just within the first 5 minutes, Trickster being able to catch Tomio with his pants down over at the red buff invade. And then later on, as the mid-game approach, Daption with these hooks left, right, and center, being able to pick out Shiro every single time. I mean, Cubby, there's just so many things that we can break down about that game 1.
Yeah, I think if anyone that missed it, first off, what are you doing? The second off, I think the really important thing is the fact that Wildcard after level 1, they were just on the back foot for the entirety of the game, right? In a comp where they want to be the ones that have the say, right? They have the Graves, they have the early game Darius, they want to try and make things happen pre-6 before that big Stand United comes on in. They weren't able to do that after that level 1. And they put up a hell of a fight, to be fair to Wildcard. I mean, Daption, that dredge line was looking like a point-and-click skill shot on the right members, as well as I criticize Shiro for his mispositionings, and it's very well deserved, but also credit to Daption for finding those as well. A player that definitely stood out to us in game 1. But I want to see what happens this time when Wildcard isn't on the back foot, because we talked about how good their first 15 minutes are, how well they rotate around the map and play around those neutral objectives, and I want to see them get off to a little bit of a better start and what happens when we have an even map state instead of being down 1k gold at like the 2-minute mark.
Right, because Wildcard, while they're able to manufacture a bunch of miracles, I guess we'll call them throughout that mid game, it's not what we're used to seeing when you go back and watch their previous VODs. And so this is where, credit goes to Evil Geniuses for being able to kind of fight back and not allow Wildcard to have that lead. Then again, as you said before, there's a little bit of disrespect coming out from both Shiro and then a couple times even from Aspect as well, as he greeted out for a couple plays on some low health bar members, going for dives along with Tovio, and they didn't work out the way they were expecting it to. So this time around, if Evil Geniuses are going to win this game too, then they need to be able to read the map correctly, like they did against game 1 against Wildcard. But for Wildcard, as we said before, whether it comes through draft or whether it comes through their prep in this level 1, we'll have to see if Wildcard actually have the means to be able to get that usual, or I guess the lead that we're used to seeing from their past games.
Gonna have to see if Wildcard can step it up. I was very impressed with their early game and their macro against Solifide. Because of that start, they weren't able to execute on some of the things they probably wanted to do in that early game. So curious to see how that changes in game 2, as I know that we have draft coming up here real soon, and excited to get into this one. Rafa, is a series that we all expected to pretty much go to 3 games. Gonna have to see if Wildcard can make that one happen as they find themselves on the red side now.
Now this time, Wildcard are going to be able to have a counter pick for themselves. And normally in the past, I know something that we were talking about before this series started, Cubby, is that Wildcard usually blinds the top lane pick into their past opponents. But we saw how that Darius was meant as a counter pick for the Shen. And, to be fair, lane-wise, did well, but there wasn't enough support behind it, and the lead that Wildcard had to deal with from EGP just put a little too much stunt in the tempo that they were trying to build up, and Quacker just was not set up for success, especially against the composition that EGP had drafted with the amount of protective utility that they had on their side.
Yeah, and once we saw them execute their team fight how they really should have been doing the entire game, we saw that those fights weren't really close, right? Because the Darius can't interact with all the terrain that Wildcard had, or EGP had available to them. As Quacker he showed up in the lane phase, but it was pretty unplayable once Darius gets behind in that comp and as those fights ended up breaking out. So, want to see if they throw something different into the mix. As important to note here, we do have a few errors that are going to be coming in here for the pro draft. That Pantheon ban is actually a Samira ban. So for everyone watching, that is not a Pantheon ban. That is a Samira ban. And then we'll get into the rest as we go. It's a little bit confusing. There is some errors in the pro draft here.
Unlucky here. Wildcard looking for their final ban. What to take away from Evil Genius Prodigies here. Macaulay will be the final one off the table. We know that Aspect is known mainly for his Azir, but he does have an Akali that has to be feared, and Akali
he's actually a really good melee assassin player, and I think the Aspect is someone that's actually really slept on so far with all the good teams that we've been seeing and all the good mid laners. I feel like Aspect's kind of forgotten about on this roster, and he brings a lot of flexibility into mid lane. He can play mages. We've seen him pop off on picks like Aurelia or Silas as well. The Akali ban going his way too. And so really happy to see a little bit more respect being paid toward Aspect. Okay, this is where things get really confusing for the viewers, what I wanted to get into. So that Pantheon and Samira, flip the spots, all right? So that is a Shen Pantheon for Wildcard Gaming, and Samira is the ban for EGP. Sorry, we're going to have to blame Ido and ADFX for this one. I don't know what's going on. Whoever's drafting, do better.
I mean, Pro Draft is sometimes a hard tool to manipulate, but I'm pretty sure that Philios is going to be the pick of choice for Threat.
That it is.
Wow. All right. Well, this time there's no Kaisa available as an answer for Luke this time around. And as you said before, there's no Samir either. But I do want to mention that because Pantheon is on their side, something like if I haven't seen Trickster play it yet, but an AP jungler along the lines of a Nidalee could work here as you have that point and click stun set up here. But they're going to make sure to just lock down a strong 80 carry for that laning phase before they get into the second rotation of picks and bans here.
And this is a little bit closer to what we were teasing with Wildcard and the way they like to play. I know before game one, I said that they really like to blind pick top and save their counter for their bot lane, where they like to usually play through. We're seeing that come to fruition in this game, right? Shen top, something that Quacker performed really well on game one. I want to credit Wildcard Gaming yesterday. If anyone caught their match against Solifide, they actually pulled off a brilliant swap that every single team should do on Shen, where they took that first dragon, they completely swapped the lanes for the Rift Herald. So that way, when Wildcard goes to take Rift with Shen bottom, they always have an easy way to answer with 5 people, and they pretty much get the objective for free. And so I want to see if they do that once again in this game, because they have proven that they're very good at playing around Shen. Let's get some more bans coming on through. More bans targeted at Surdy, targeted to make sure the Shen gets off to a good start. Aatrox and Kennen taken away. You guys don't know about Surdy's Kennen? Go look at some VODs and highlights, man. This guy can find some crazy flanks on this pick, so definitely some respect being paid that way, and some respect being paid towards Xeno as well, as his Anivia and Syndra are taken away.
All right, but check this out, Cubby. The Aatrox being taken off the table, and maybe it's an advantageous pick over the Shen, but it's also really strong into melee composition. So I wonder if Wildcard's choice of jungler is going to be something that gets up and close and personal. And with that Orianna pick, they're saving an R5. I don't know if Trickster plays Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix is one of the few champions that really can put a rut in Olaf's day, because you just outburst him, he doesn't get a chance to heal through it all. So
it gets severely outpaced, but I do like it with the Shen. We're gonna have to see if that one comes through. I really like the blind Orianna, by the way, because it just puts so much pressure on Aphelios now throughout team fights. He has to be really careful about where he positions, and that's definitely something we want to see Shiro do a little bit better in this game.
Kha'Zix would be the spicy pick, but Hecarim is also up on the table, and you know, if Wildcard just want to take EG's composition from game one in terms of that top jungle duo, they could lock in Rainbow Dash here.
They can still put Pantheon and Shen in the jungle as well. They have everything available to them.
There's a lot of options, and what is going to be the pick of choice?
Sivir is Kindred, as we're going to have even more changes coming in.
Okay.
So... okay. That's actually really curious that they're going for the Kindred, because usually this is a combo that we see ran with something like Aphelios. But Kindred is a counter in Olaf, as Olaf, you know, he has to run into you, running through that Lamb's Respite and keep everyone alive. But I'm a little bit nervous with Ornn, Azir, and Thresh. There are a lot of ways that EGP can get people off the Lamb's Respite and try and utilize the terrain they have once again on their team to try and make things happen around that Lamb's Respite.
Yeah, I'm gonna save judgment until we see it play out, Cubby, because I'm definitely in that ballpark with you. I'm not the biggest fan of that being your R5 answer, because you could have saved that for Xeno potentially in the mid lane here, right? Because now we have another aspect of Azir, and if there's something that should be not taken lightly is that champion for him. Yes, there's a lot of times that Wildcard were able to play around in a game one, but there's a lot of confidence coming out from this roster. They're saying that, you know what, that's fine. Aspecting to have the Azir, we don't care. We're going to outplay in terms of the team fight aspects in the game state. But for Wildcard, I'm just looking that we're probably seeing a map split again, and more than likely it's going to be towards.
It's tough to run a map split in Olaf. So I think the priority for the map split might actually go to EGP if they do want it. And I know it's something that Wildcard really likes to do early, something that we've both prepped and teased, but it's in the hands of the Olaf if he really wants to take advantage of how strong he is level 1.
I'm just thinking in my mind, if we're picking Kindred here, you know, and then you can play around this Misfortune, you can get the push down, and then maybe you can potentially bully out the Olaf. But the Olaf evades you, then this Olaf clears camps like it's nobody's business, and it's not going to be an easy task because Kindred doesn't have an amazing clear speed. She has great dueling, she has great gank assist and damage follow through. So it's all about tracking the Olaf and just looking to run him down and hunt him. And because you also have the ability to be able to follow him over walls. But, you know, in terms of just tempo, like you said, Covey, I mean, this Olaf from the Tomio could totally just steamroll in terms of pacing. And then just set up the dragon control.
All right, so Rafa, I do have an update for the viewers. It appears that the trolling and pro draft actually continued to actual draft. One of the teams actually banned Pantheon, so they had to reset the entire thing.
Oh my goodness.
These two teams, they might be 3-0. They just both took an L in draft. But Rafa, you know what this means? We have a pause. And usually pauses in League of Legends are a little bit depressing, but we might have prepped something special for you guys to have a little bit of fun during this time. I'm excited for this. Rafa, you actually don't know about this, so you have to do some catching up to do. But,
wait. Oh, this isn't the other thing that we... Oh, wait.
No.
What are we doing?
This is what we planned. This is what we planned. But you have to draw it. All right?
Oh, I have to do the thing.
Yeah,
no!
You got to do the thing. All right?
No!
So to get everyone else prepped, we have a lot of interesting graphic designers in Amateur, as some teams have a lot of financial support. Some others don't. And so we both took the path of the graphic design talents of our good friend Azo. And the Super Ninja Fruit Basket Warriors as coming on in. So we both decided to design a team logos, not Bob Ross style, but in the style of Azo coming on through. In Twitch chat, you get to vote on who actually has the better drawing. So K-Tat, Rafa's still working on his, but throw mine up. I got Wildcard Gaming. Let's see what we got. Boom. Look at that beautiful image.
Oh, I have to compete against that? Oh my God.
So here are my thoughts, right? Wildcard Gaming, we've got the word art. It's beautiful. This is actually Will Smith from Wild Wild West, and he's holding Twisted Face Wildcards, and then also a gaming controller. So you know it's Wildcard Gaming from that. And if that doesn't give it away, then the actual logo and the Wildcard Gaming and word art might. So this is just a masterpiece. I hope Azo approves. I hope the rest of Amateur approves. And I hope the Twitch chat approves because, Rafa, you host gap me all of Challengers Uprising. This is my chance to gap you.
Well, you know, if I've learned anything from Doc, our wonderful graphics artist that made all the beautiful graphics here at Risen, then
also for the Proving Grounds pod.
I am for the yeah. Then hopefully my paint skills can live up to the hype. Actually, you know what?
I know this is the last second. What do you have though? Do you have anything for us, Rafa?
You know what? Hang on. Before we send it, I'm gonna add a little couple details here all right, boom. You can send it, K-Tad.
Okay. What do you got here, Rafa?
You know,
Evil Genius
I just decided,
Prodigies. Oh.
Yeah, you know what? It's just simple and clean, but also you, buddy. This is hashtag live evil banger picture right here. You know, so I hope the audience at home approves and they choose the correct winner in this battle that
the correct
Cubby has
winner.
proposed.
All right, I'm seeing a type WC for Covey, type EG for Rafa. I think we all know that Will Smith's Wild Wild West, best movie of all time. You got to vote for that. What a reference. Even though the last minute drawing that you've done, I have to say, the middle fingers are a nice touch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was struggling because I forgot what EG's logo looked like, so I had to pull it up just for a quick reference on my other screen, and then I just had to shoddily draw that in, and I painted it, and I and I hope that oh no, wait, what's happening?
I don't have Twitch chat up.
WC.
Yes.
No.
Let's go. Oh, that's what
hang
I'm talking about
hang
coming on in. Will, you can't beat Will Smith, Rafa.
No. Hang on. I need to hang on. I need to buy a ratio real quick. Maybe that'll work this time.
Oh, you're gonna buy a ratio?
Yeah.
Oh, Rafa, that didn't go too well yesterday.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back because even with buying a ratio, it doesn't work against Wildcard. I should have known better. So
yeah, don't buy ratios against Wildcard coming in. We're going to let Wildcard win for real. I'm so happy that you guys like my graphic design. Marketer, by the way. But Rafa,
I thought
fortunately,
the middle fingers would be enough to sway the vote.
you dissuaded people with the middle fingers. It was off-putting. I think that's actually it. But Rafa, I'm getting another update. We're actually getting close to loading into this game. Getting back into this one. I know that you actually talked to Ido, got some extra bonus info coming on in.
Oh, yeah. So, the funny thing is that I was having just talking back and forth about the team. And when Coach Ido was telling me about, how much respect they have for Wildcard and, how they deserve all the recognition that they were getting, they were kind of slapping them in the warm-ups all week, apparently.
Ooh.
So
that's a warm-up partner.
Based on game one, there's definitely, a lot of back and forth moments, but the overall victory kind of supports Coach Ido's statement here going into game two.
That's very interesting. My sources tell me that Wildcard's the best non-academy team that they've been scrimming so far. So gonna have to see whose words ring true as we are getting close to heading into game two, Rafa. Game two on the Rift, to give people an update who are just joining us. EGP won game one, looking to cement their spot in the semifinals and guarantee 70 Proving Grounds points at least in Wildcard, looking to push us to a game three, Rafa. It's close game one. We're going to have to see if game two goes a little bit better as Daption rocking that support. Pantheon coming on out. The flex pick. Going to have to see if this one pays dividends once again.
I mean, Daption was an absolute monster on the Nautilus in game one, and now putting a little bit more aggressive power and potential agency in this pick here, because if this Pantheon support gets ahead, I mean, you can rush some gnarly items on this guy and just really be a threat in that mid game. You can threaten lethal on both Shiro and Aspect when you go for roams, and then of course, if you go for level 6 as well, once you hit that, you're power sliding all across the Rift. But so far from Wildcard, it doesn't seem like we're gonna see any. How should I say this? Optimistic level 1s here from either team. We got a 5-man fan, and Tomio going to be looking to start towards the top side of the map, matching potentially where Trickster is going to be.
Now, the important thing to think about with this early start is Olaf. He's going to be able to do 5 camps in the span that it takes Kindred to do 4. So we are going to have Tomio with some early priority in this matchup, given the fact how it pans out. And I like that late word from Aspect to make sure that, Tomio has the information to make those right pathing decisions, because if Olaf is able to find Kindred early and lands those axes, it can go pretty south as Daption. See who's going to face check Shiro.
Chucks a spear, and bam, we're off to the races. Actually, wait a minute. We've seen this story before, and notorious thing about Olaf, he wants to get low in the jungle because it allows him to clear faster, but it means it's easier for Trickster to be able to get a potential killing blow on him. But Tomio, having that smite, is able to secure the Gromp, but will have to flash away. Loses Summoner Spell, but maintains the slight tempo advantage.
Yeah, the flash being down, it might hurt the early gank, but Olaf is still going to be able to cruise through this jungle. Now, Kindred is behind. I'm curious to see, does she end up going for this red buff? Because Orianna does get priority early in this lane against Azir. It's one of the, I'd say, a flavor change coming in for Wildcard. The fact that,
Quacker?
Quack in the top lane, baby. That's solo kill number 2.
Wow. Well, that changes things up again. You know what? If he can make solo kills happen on tanks, then why did we put him on the Darius anyway?
I mean, Surdy's in trouble once again. This wave is shoving into Quacker, and if he lands this taunt, he could potentially kill Surdy again.
Oh, he's looking for it, and Surty is not going to die here, but he's getting forced off of the wave, and Quacker does have the teleport advantage, and as you said it before, Cubby, this wave state is not in the best place for Surty, and his jungler Tomio is already on the other side of the map, so no help will be coming for this man anytime soon.
Quacker showing that he is the top weak side top laner in this matchup. So he's able to find this one. Aspect has priority mid, so it seems like Trickster is going to be having trouble here early as fighting continues in this lane. Flash may have to be burned by Surdy. Quacker off to a great start. More fighting in the bot lane, Rafa.
And Mist is going to be caught out here as he's just on the wrong side of the tracks. Luke and Shiro trading blows.
Flash.
But it's not enough. Luke will be able to survive. Shiro gets to walk that one out. And as Surti, we already saw, he burned Flash in this top lane matchup. And now Quacker going to be able to shove this huge minion wave in. I don't know if Shen can pull off a dive, even with this low HP bar.
Yeah, Surti can knock him up as long as he hugs the turret for himself. But still a great start here for Quacker, and a lot of priority in this top side of the map is due to that skirmish, Kindred was actually able to pick up that bottom lane crab and is going to now double crab and get her first mark on the top side as well. So Trickster off to a really good start in this matchup. And
because Quacker does have that push prio, he gives Trickster a little bit of a nudge and a push. He sets up so that the Scuttle Crab is already burned down in the armor. And this Gromp is coming back up on respawn, and Trickster's going to be able to pick it up, or at least have priority from both of his lanes if he needs it. Quacker also has teleport, potentially looking for a recall, but Tomio, without a flash, there is no wall that he can get over, and this time Trickster comes out on top.
Man, this early game from Wildcard is superb, and I know, Rafa, we talked about, we wanted to see them get off to a better start because their early games have been so good, their macro play has been so on point, and I must say, this is a cross-map effort coming out from Wildcard. We talked about how they beat Solafide with macro in their raw play. We're really seeing that come through in this game.
And when we go back to this matchup that we were talking about, and, you know, the hesitancy about this Kindred pick is like, hey, the only way that you get ahead of an Olaf is if you are always able to find him at the right place in the right time and just run him down and kill him, right? Otherwise, Olaf can just outclear you, but the tracking from Trickster and the rest of Wildcard has been immaculate here. Being able to match Tomio on the crab on the bottom side of the map, and then again on the respawn on the Gromp. I mean, this is the early macro play that we were suspecting from Wildcard, and now Evil Geniuses. It's up to you guys to figure out how to get back from this one.
Wildcard was on the back foot for all of last game, and EGP find themselves on the back foot early in this one. I'm really looking at Mist to be that playmaker. If he's able to get out of lane on support, try and make a few early things happen, I think that's how EGP can come back. Meanwhile, Wildcard, with all this priority, look for them to take a dragon before this Rift Herald spawns and then flip the lanes on their head. They did this yesterday against Solafide. It was great macro play. It's how you should play with a Shen. Wildcard has proven that they play well with this champion. Quacker's already proven that he's good at this champion today. I want to see if they're able to pull off that macro play once again, because it's something that I'm really looking at more teams to, you know, try and take those next steps in Amateur to being a better team, a better group of 5. Wildcard seems to be doing that early, and it looks like they're setting up for it here already.
Now, when we look at Evil Genius's who on this roster, I mean, Aspect on the Azir was fantastic and being able to fight back against Xeno and give priority over to Tomio in a couple times. But already we've seen that because Xeno had the push here, Trickster was able to get the invade.
Wow, look at this.
Is there ever a point, Cubby, where Evil Geniuses have a window back into this game? Or is this early game kind of just all for Wildcard?
Wildcard has first say on the map. I think that I'm really looking for them to maybe botch a play and then EGP, you know, punish those summoners being down. But what I want to look for now, since Wildcard does have say and has priority, they have so much tempo on the map. Watch this swap coming out from Luke and Daption. They're about to completely flip the lane state here, put Shen bot so they can pressure this Rift Herald and ensure that they have 5 members on this top side. This is really, really good macro play coming out from Wildcard, something that we'd expect from LCS teams coming on through. They're pulling this off in Amateur, and it's how they beat Solafide, a team of ex-LCS players coming on through, and they're doing it again this game with the Shen. I think it's the reason that EGP put so much priority on the Shen on when they were red side, because Wildcard played really well around this champion. We're seeing it here.
Shiro and Mist are a few seconds behind, but it looks like they're coming in for the rotation as well. And with the crab being secured by Evil Geniuses, they'll have slightly better vision control in preparation for this Rift Herald. But as you already said, Quacker, already on the bottom side of the map, has the advantage to be able to get the push down. And it looks like Wildcard, with this rotation, they're not the first ones there to the Rift Herald, as Surti is just going to stay put here. Stand United is available. Hook lands on Adaption, but he's going to go straight on to Aspect. And it's a beautiful shockwave combo to follow up. They're already going to take down the mid laner for Evil Geniuses, and a beautiful Lamb's Respite will be able to save Trickster from certain death. Surti on the run, but Daption just finding another one on the Shiro. And just like that, even though Evil Geniuses, they were the first ones to Rift Herald this time around, Wildcard find the advantageous pick.
I mean, that's such good play from Wildcard because they put the handcuffs on EGP. They win that play no matter what. They're ahead in gold. MF spikes early. She has that ultimate, and then Shen's bottom, so they could have stalled that one out and then gotten plates for him down there. They just so happen to group. They're already ahead. They smash that team fight, and Wildcard finds themselves with complete and utter dominance in this early game, coming off their team play. Such good play coming out from Wildcard. This is what we were teasing in game one, why we were so high on this team coming in. And after that, non-disastrous level 1 start, they're really proving how good of a team these guys are early in this Proving Ground season.
Now for Evil Geniuses, remember, even though that Olaf is kind of their early bridge, Quacker, buddy. Okay, he's got flash. I think he should be fine here.
Sure,
he's going to get a run down here. They actually really want to make sure that they get the kill down. Shurima Shuffle was available, but Aspect not quite in range. Flash gets burned. But as we were saying before, Evil Geniuses, they have the Olaf. This is their early bridge to be able to get Aspect and Shiro online. But now they're pushing the tempo forward because this is what they needed. But Daption knows they're there. Tomio is going to get stunned up, has flash if he needs to get over the wall, pops the Ragnarok for the movement speed, but Aspect is going to get left behind because he doesn't have the same luxury as having that summoner spell as he already burned it. And now they're looking to burn it down. Quacker doesn't have flash to be able to land the taunt, but he gets in range, gets a couple of autos down, and Trickster's there with a follow, thanks to that red buff, does run down Tomio.
If I could ask our production observers for a stack count on Kindred, that would be amazing coming on through, because I think that Trickster's off to a heck of a fast start on the Kindred. If you get 4 stacks, obviously such a big power spike. And you talked about the familiarity of these teams coming on in Rafa, as Kindred is at 4. Shoutouts to production.
She's a real champion.
K-Tad and Joe on the mission. But I must say, EGP, you talked about the familiarity of these teams, and I think we saw a lot of it there. As they tried to sneak in that play, Wildcard, they sniffed it out, and they continue their utter dominance. Rafa, this is a 4K gold lead at the 11-minute mark, and it's growing up to 5K now as they take down the mid lane turret.
With the turret already being down, this opens up the map for Trickster to be able to invade. And, the one advantage that Olaf has over this Kindred is that clear speed. I know we've hit on it a bunch of times, and it's a pretty much a broken record, but that's how you win the matchup. And if you don't have access to the camps to be able to, quote unquote, outpace the Kindred anymore, because she's now going to be invading freely with her strong bot lane in the Misfortune and the Pantheon, and as well as Xeno's been able to have priority in this mid lane for pretty much most of the game, that Olaf will never have camps to actually farm and catch back up, because now he's the one that's behind.
Oh, I mean, this game is just disaster state here for EGP. They should be talking about game 3 at this point, because if Wildcard play this one out with, just one hand behind their back, I think they still can win this one. As, Rafa, I've got a spicy tweet coming in for you, actually, from the Twitter sphere in between game 1 and 2. EG Surdy took to Twitter and said, gonna play this game with one hand to rub salt in Wildcard's wounds. Good luck, have fun.
Well, is that why he died solo against Quacker?
Yeah, he got solo killed, so maybe you should use both hands at this point.
Spoke a little too soon on that one, my homie. But honestly, I love the spicy tweets. Win or lose.
Let's have some fun, man. Banter's good.
Yeah, no, banter is awesome, and I think the relationship between these two teams, I think they're both,
absolutely.
Yeah, they can handle it, and this is where you gotta put your money where your mouth is. If you're gonna talk that trash, then make sure you can back it up. And now, Evil Geniuses, we've talked about it before. You're pretty adamant in that this game is over for them, but there's a lot of mistakes from Evil Geniuses in the first game. Wildcard, they potentially have the means of giving up some advantages and opportunities as well, but I'm sorry, I was just pretty flabbergasted by that play. But they do get the teleport out of Xeno, but they're losing a lot on the other side of the map. Stand United comes down as Xeno is gonna get caught out here, just a little too far overextended for that when the turret was already captured by Wildcard.
That's one mistake coming on through. Good punish from EGP as Miss lands a death sentence, and the death sentence, it rings true as Xeno goes down through Stand United as well. So this is a potential window where EGP could look to try and push another play across the map. They have a couple summoner spells down. They could try and target Xeno. Aspect has his flash up here momentarily. Could be an easy Shurima Shuffle coming in to try and scoop up another kill for the team. I think this is what EGP is pretty much hoping for at this point, right? Because it seems like if Wildcard doesn't make mistakes like that, there's no way back for them into this game.
That is the unfortunate tragedy of having a very hard scaling composition built in this Azir, Ornn, and
Oh, you can see the blue pings are going down on Daption. They know this play is happening. We're gonna have to see if they can prevent it.
well, Daption throws out the spear and dodges out on the flash hook from Mist. Copy, I want to mention, by the way, I don't know.
He loves that emote.
Yeah, he does love the emote. But Daption used to play for Evil Geniuses back when they were Zenith.
Very
and then,
true.
Yeah, when they rebranded, they went with Mist. And so now, I mean, Daption, I'm sure there's not salt between them, but
Are you calling this a Daption revenge game coming on through? Is it one of those?
I'm potentially.
Okay.
I mean, because Daption has been performing absolutely incredible these two games, even in their loss and defeat. I mean, we won't go back into it before. Those Nautilus hooks were the reason why Wildcard were able to stay in the game for so long.
Very true. As what else is very true is, Rafi, you were talking about how Olaf is going to have access to his camps anymore. Yeah, I think we're seeing that come true to fruition in this game, as both buffs have been taken now by Trickster. So Tomio really getting starved out in the jungle here.
Yeah, and then they don't even finish the chicken nuggies here, Cubby. There's just two of them left, and no one wants to clear them out for Tomio. Guys,
grab the hot sauce, Tomio. You got some tough chicken nuggets coming on up.
Yeah,
Getting lower XP, they're gonna hurt a little bit.
PSA, by the way, to laners, if you see your junglers' camps are getting taken and they leave up one monster, please just clear it. Like,
oh yeah,
just reset
if
the camp.
If your jungler isn't around, you should clear it anyway, because then when they respawn, there's more XP.
Exactly. Otherwise, then Tomio comes around. It's like,
be a team player. Steal the jungle camps. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, take a look at these lane allocations here, Cubby, because they put Aspect over on the top side of the map. We don't have a dragon coming up for the next minute or so, but it is going to be Mountain, and it's a Mountain sold this game. And so on the hands of someone like Quacker, who's already very, very beefy in this Shen, this is something that if Wildcard locked down, I think Evil Geniuses realistically have no way of getting back.
I think that EG, they have to stall and wait out this dragon. I don't think there's any way they can fight at the moment. Like, given the champions that they have, it's champions where you want to fight on 2 items. They just are completing their first ones, right? And so I think time is definitely the friend of EGP. If they get this game late enough, they can still get the ornaments to come on in. And Aphelios is here. We saw how good those champions are when they're able to execute upon their team fight in the later stages of the game. So EGP just looking to stall things out. Wildcard going to keep their foot on the gas. You can see mid priority is just being given over to Wildcard, right? They know they can't contest this.
Another 45 seconds on the dragon here. Mid priority being obtained here by Wildcard. I don't imagine a fight would break out here. They're just going to walk over to the dragon and look to secure it for themselves here, Cubby.
Let's see if they actually do contest this one. I'm very for the waiting game. I know giving up soul point usually doesn't feel that good, but being down 5k doesn't feel good either, and that's where EGP find themselves at the moment.
Quacker is on the top side of the map. He has access to both teleport and stand united, so he's just looking to gain advantage. And look at this. Wildcard, they're not actively getting ready for dragon. They're just dancing around. The Rift Herald will be forced here.
They're winning the map, right? Quacker's in the top lane. They don't have to do anything. They're going to free pick.
Yep, and they win the fight, too. Pretty much, Aspect is going to go down once again to the Shockwave bullet time combo. And just like that, Trickster picks up another 2 kills. Tomio's going to get run down potentially here. Has to pop the Ragnarok to be able to ignore the rest of the CC chain that was about to come in for his face. Shiro finds one on the back end on the Daption, and it's the shutdown. Be a good thing going over to Evil Geniuses, but this next Rift Herald charge actually doesn't go off, but a taunt flash comes out from Quacker and then locks down Shiro for the kill, and the second tier turret should go to the hands of Wildcard.
All Wildcard this game. That 5k gold lead now turns into a 7k lead after that fight. Why not take a bonus kill over on Tomio? Never mind, actually. He's able to survive that one with the Gore Drinker. Through an Aspect.
Wait, Aspect just teleported along with
Surdy as well.
They find the flank. There's a little gap in the teleport cooldowns being set here for Wildcard. And, you know, advantageous pick. The dragon was already secured by Wildcard, but just like that, Aspect and Surty able to find one on a Luke and Quacker like that. And I believe that's a lot of shutdown gold going over to the carries.
Yeah, shutdowns helps. That's good use of the TPs coming on out. Notably, they will not have them for the upcoming dragon where they have to fight because it is soul point. But That's what we talked about, right? EGP just looking to take advantage of any mistakes coming out from Wildcard. I'd say the overstay and the overextension there, definitely a mistake coming on through as still a young team. Luke, like I said, Luke and Daption, I mean, these guys, I think Daption is fresh out of high school. Luke is a very young player as well competitively, so still seeing a little bit of greenness on the faces of these guys, but also the potential is there as they have really impressed with this early game and still hold a 6K gold lead where they've just been utterly dominant across the entire map.
Now, what we said before, Cubby, is that this game is in Wildcard's hands as long as they are playing, correctly. But, mistakes like these, punishments coming out from evil geniuses to pounce on the fact that they overextended their welcome here, pushing down that turret. I mean, those are the opportunities that we talked about that could let evil geniuses back into this game, right? And with Aspect and Shiro finally spiking on their first items, actually that's a second item power spike for Shiro as well as with that Renon's Hurricane. So Shiro is not quite online, but he's practically there now for these team fights. And as long as Wildcard are not able to access the backline, then evil geniuses, it is potential there for them to turn some of these fights around.
Yeah, he's an item away from being a big problem. And the Hurricane also on Aphelios, obviously such an important item for him as it does buff up all of his guns as well when he does throw out those auto attacks and the effects. But EGP are going to need a couple more miracles in order to get back into this one. That one is not going to be enough, but they're a long way away from ornaments and those third items, and that's really where this comp hits its stride. And so still feel like Wildcard is in very pretty shape for this one, and I think that this one's just really going to come down to this next Dragon fight, right? If the Mountain Soul can go over to Wildcard, that gives them the bonus scaling that they need to compete with a comp that scales as hard as EGP. And also, okay, we got a play coming in. Daption, he needs the Shen ult.
Yes, it was standing on it and it comes in, but it's not enough as he's going to go down. They trade one back, however, onto Tomio. And Zeno, if he finds a potential shockwave, it's going to lock up Surti, but doesn't look like the chase is going to be had here, but they still want to pursue it. Or Ultimate comes out as a re-engage as Aspect looks for poke back onto the fight, but Luke does find one back onto Miss, and now Aspect potentially is going to get run down here. There's a lot of movement speed coming out from Luke as he does have the Gale Force, and he is Misfortune, of course. And, I can't see anything, and
wait.
We're in the Sun Zone. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Aspect was able to set up a Shurima turret to be able to deter any further aggression. No more deaths coming from the way of Wildcard. Baron? There's no way, right?
No,
Kobe?
I don't like this. No. You do not have to do this. This is how you lose the game. I know that all the ultimates are down. You're up so much gold. There's a bit of a press coming out here from Wildcard and a potential chance for EGP to come back in this one. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Well, there's no Ornn ultimate, and there is Shurima Shuffle, but I don't think any of the members of Evil Geniuses are actually set up to go for the flank. I know you were concerned, but I think Wildcard know what they're doing. They're able to take it, and now they're potentially looking to run them back down, but if they all pile into this choke point against the Aphelios, it could be bad. But Lamb's Spike comes down, prevents any potential deaths coming out. Daption and Trickster still very slow on single-digit health bars, but it's not enough from Evil Geniuses, and Wildcard take down 4.
The gold lead is way too much, and props to Quacker. He, by himself, zoned out both carries in that fight. No damage could come down after that Lamb's Respite went off, and the carries of Wildcard live. The carries of EGP die as Rafa, 10K gold lead. They're a Mountain Soul away from being able to clean this game up, and what a dominant performance we've seen from Wildcard in this game. Roaring back to push this one to a Game 3, most likely.
Cubby, is Shen balanced?
Not in Quacker's hands. That's true. That's what it looks like.
I mean, Surti was also looking pretty damn good with the Shen. I mean, the amount of damage that's coming out. This is a tank, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm already thinking that, assuming that Wildcard now take this game into their hands with Mountain Dragon coming up and push us to Game 3, Shen is going to be a very contested pick. It could potentially be banned within the first rotation if Red Side doesn't want to give it up here.
I love how Luke's positioning. With just the speed that MF has and then the Gale Force he has in his back pocket, he is stepping up, landing that E-poke that's so detrimental. And look at all the damage he's going to put down, too, with this ultimate. Shiro's at half.
Holy crap! Tomio and Shiro are forced off the turret, but Call of the Force God comes in, hits a nice 3-man knockup, but it's still just not enough here, Cubby. Evil Geniuses finding ways to try and get back into the game. They tried, but unfortunately for them, it was not enough. And Wildcard, show us what the first 10-15 minutes that we were teasing about so long building up to this series comes to fruition finally.
I mean, they took priority early game in mid, in bot, and they really were able to make it pay off thanks to the pathing of Trickster as well. And I love how this wasn't just a solo effort coming in from Trickster, right? He was playing with priority. He was playing with his support. He was utilizing the power that his mid and top laner got in the early game thanks to the champions they took, thanks to the superior play of Quacker this game in that Shen-Ornn matchup, and he really drove it home with the rest of the team. Props to Wildcard is they really showed us, what we've been hyping this team up about, right? This group of friends coming in with amateur, definitely a lower budget roster coming on through compared to some of the likes of the other orgs that we have competing in Risen, but they are punching with the best of them. They're playing with the heavyweights, and they're playing damn good.
And not to take anything away from Evil Geniuses, obviously in game one, we saw that when they are able to fight back and answer and kind of call the bluffs on Wildcard's map movements, they were able to do it. But this time around, even though that they were the first ones toward that Rift Herald rotation, as you pointed out before, Wildcard were working with a bigger budget at that point. They were hitting some of their item power spikes mainly in Daption and Luke there, and the ultimate difference was pretty massive. And also Quacker on this Shen. I mean, Surti was showing what a nasty Shen could look like. No, I mean, Quacker getting the solo kill and then forcing the flash out of him, as well as the teleport early on in lane, pretty much put Surti out of contention for being able to keep up with in levels. And so I don't think we saw a single ornament upgrade that entire game.
Yeah, didn't get there. They beat him before. And I got to say, I do, looking back, I actually really like the Orianna R4 as well, because you kind of denied the blue side Exodia coming through, the joke that we always have in Collegiate, where it's Ornn, Orianna, and like Aphelios, or like some late game, bot laner. I really feel like early picking that Orianna, having the extra zoning against the Aphelios Azir, giving the extra power over the Kindred, who can do a lot with the shield and the move speed buff, ended up being a really good move over on the side of Wildcard, as they were able to drive that one home. And man, game one was tight. Wildcard, they utterly dominated game two, and Rafa, we're going to have to see what happens in game three.
Yeah, guys, don't turn off that browser, because game three, the decider of the series, is coming right after.
I'd say a flavor change coming in for Wildcard, the fact that,
Quacker?
Quack.
With this rotation, they're not the first ones there to the Rift Herald, as Surti is just going to stay put here. Stand United is available. Hook lands on Adaption, but he's going to go straight on to Aspect. And it's a beautiful shockwave combo to follow up. They're already going to take down the mid laner for Evil Geniuses, and a beautiful Lamb's Respite will be able to save Trickster from certain death. Surti on the run, walking around. The Rift Herald will be forced here.
They're winning the map, right? Quacker's in the top one. They don't have to do anything. They're getting a free pick.
Yep, and they win the fight too, pretty much. Aspect is going to go down once again to the Shockwave bullet time combo, and just like that, Trickster picks up another 2 kills. Tomio's going to get run down potentially here, has to pop the Ragnarok. There is Shurima Shuffle, but I don't think any of the members of Evil Geniuses are actually set up to go for the flank. I know you were concerned, but I think Wildcard know what they're doing. They're able to take it, and now they're potentially looking to run them back down, but if they all pile into the choke point against the Aphelios, it could be bad. But Lamb's Spike comes down, prevents any potential deaths coming out. Daption and Trickster still very slow on single-digit health bars, but it's not enough.
That's so detrimental, and look at all the damage he's going to put down, too, with this ultimate. Shiro's at half.
Holy crap! Tomio and Shiro are forced off the turret, but Call of the Force God comes in, hits a nice 3-man knockup, but it's still just not enough here, Cubby. Evil Geniuses finding ways to fruition finally.
I mean, they took priority early game in mid, in bot, and they really were able to make it pay off thanks to the pathing of Trickster as well. And I love how
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Risen Champions League Analyst Desk, where we have been gifted the opportunity to talk an extra time. We are going to a Game 3, gentlemen. It's actually happening on the mainstream. No longer are we in the 2-0 zone. We're getting to the nitty-gritty, the top tier, the undefeated teams, and one of these two will remain so at the end of the night. How are we feeling about this?
Finally.
Poggers.
Thank God. I thought at a certain point Risen was only just best of twos on the mainstream, but it's finally coming on through.
We're not.
I was wondering what was going to happen because Wildcard, again, they've been sweeping. They've only got 2-0s, and I was kind of worried maybe that this is a team, as soon as they get one slip up, they kind of fall, but they're able to bounce right back on in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, you said it best when we were watching this game. Wildcard, we just saw what happens when they go down 2 kills in the early game. And what happened this game, Jack?
They didn't go down 2 kills level 1. In fact, a little bit of the opposite here, fellas, because game number 1, definitely a back foot start. Game number 2, a front foot start. Hey, we got another new position. We've got a tango here, and we do like them schmoofs.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I want to take a look at the solo kill in the top lane, because we've already had 2 games and 2 solo kills in the top lane, gentlemen, both of them from Quacker.
I mean,
Ducks out. Ducks out for Quacker. That's all I got to say.
Quack, 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 you know? We've had a lot of quackers in chat. Faker, Showmaker.
Quacker.
Really insulting that their names don't rhyme with Quacker, though. It should be Showmaker and Facker.
I hate. Nope. I hate this already. I hate this already.
Okay. I hate it too.
You've killed the bit almost as hard as Surdy killed his Twitter.
His laning. Yeah, that one. Yeah, after he made some rather interesting tweets. Gonna play this game with one hand. Cubby referenced it on the broadcast. As soon as it came up on my feed, it was an instant copy paste. We got to get this on.
Well, guys, EGP, roll that P back 1 letter to O. You get ego, and we saw that come out from Surdy here. And, hopefully, he gets a second arm for this game, because
yeah, the wild card analysts already came out. Prussian came out. He's like, "Don't worry, you lasted 3 minutes, Jet. You lasted 3 minutes. He got it immediately after the solo." So I'm glad that Prussian is keeping on top of that, always making banger content, and then ends out the game. He kind of spoiled it on Twitter because we had to make sure, but it was instantly. Kind of wish I was ambidextrous. Kind of wish, if only I was ambidextrous. It turns out, Jesus,
just the instant regret from Surdy. But it takes a brave soul to trash talk before a game, even when you know that there could be the chance that this does happen. And on top of that, he did still get solo killed in game number 1. So to come out and say this again is just very, very funny. But like Jack said, this game was not close at all. Wildcard did not start off with a huge deficit. Instead, they start off with that first blood in the top lane. And none of the fights were close. None of the objectives were close. None of anything was close at all. It was all things Wildcard.
Yeah. It would have been okay if maybe, we get to that 8-minute mark and we're 2,000 gold ahead. Fine. You're within arm's reach. But as soon as we got to that Rift Herald rotation, which Cubby on the broadcast pointed out so excellently, they immediately started that rotation before it even happened. We saw Luke and Daption make their recalls, come straight into that top side, and from there on out, the game was over. 8 minutes into the game, and there's already a massive gold lead kind of just mounting against EGPs. And they tried as they might. They were not able to kind of wait on Aphelios win condition. They could not get to that timer. Olaf started to fall behind, and Surdy, time and time again on this Ornn. You can land the Ornn ultimate, but it's not going to be enough because Misfortune pretty dang busted.
Yeah. I want to take a closer look at the Herald fight in specific that you were mentioning, Dimitri, because this is one of those examples where Wildcard just completely mopped the floor with everyone.
Yeah, take a look at this. They have Quacker sitting in a side lane perfectly. Daption gets tanked up, immediately kind of delivers that ultimate, and the Shen right on top of Aspect, taking him down. That ultimate from Kindred saving them. And look at this. Look at this positioning. Immediately now, EGP have to be on the back foot. They have to move out. Daption, your solo queue partner, is just absolutely smurfing it all over on Shiro and the jungler. So Evil Genius Prodigies, they're going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board, come back with something new, because we're already seeing those first 15 minutes. I mean, even at that point, 10 minutes is where this game is starting to be decided. We saw game 1, we see game 2. I'm going to be expecting it in this third one.
Yeah, I was really expecting that each and every game was going to be close after the first one, but oh my word. If this was game number 1, the conversation would be completely different. We'd be like, well, I guess EG just doesn't have a chance at all. I guess they actually are playing with one hand each, and it's not just Surdy, because this game was just ridiculous. From the first few plays, we're like, all right, well, we're just gonna meme it up on the desk after this. We already know who's gonna win. It's completely done.
Bring it on home. Bring it home.
You would have to be giga tier delusional to try and spin this desk any other way right now. Like, you can't just look at that game.
Didn't you vote for EGP to win the series?
I did, but I said 2-1. So I wanted Wildcard to win this game so I could get the perfect prediction.
Okay.
Because we saw a gap this game, and I want to gap you guys on the desk as hard as that game was with my prediction.
Well, look, I mean, between the casters, Cubby already is destroying Rafa when it comes to graphic design. I'm really hoping I don't have to say that Jack destroyed me on an analyst desk. That is, I don't know if I'll be able to live that one down personally.
Yeah, well, you know, for you, Jack, we also have one last fight to look over. In that last game, it was the game-winning fight, and really showed why we keep hyping up Miss Fortune as a champion. Her team fighting is so ridiculous. She may not be as flashy as Kaisa. She may not be as complicated as Aphelios, but Miss Fortune team fights can just be so brutal, Go Farino.
I'm going to call you out, Smacks, here, because the game was already decided at this point. This is just a clear-cut visual. Like, look at him marinate the entire squad. You make a pizza slice with that Miss Fortune ultimate. Look at the destruction. Each one of those bullets hitting harder than those jalapenos you probably plop onto your pizzas there. And people, pick Miss Fortune. She's fun. She's simple. But just because you're simple does not mean it's not fun.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right.
Aphelios
well,
has the worst
I
win
hope
rate.
that these
Come on,
teams...
man.
I hope these teams take that advice, because I want to see some more Miss Fortune. I think this is one of the best bot laners in the meta. Absolutely. Looking at this game number 3 here, Dimitri, I want to know what your take is on how Evil Geniuses can sort of stay in this one and maybe make Jack's prediction come true.
Look, at this point, I don't think it'll happen. So this is majorly just a Hail Mary wish. I kind of want EGP to go for the Wichita Wolves strategy. Dunk on Azir. Get this man out of here. This thing is absolutely useless. It's really good when they're willing to scale and make sure that Aphelios is kind of their backline. But even in both games, Azir kind of played that secondary carrier role, and I want to see maybe Aspect step up, because Zeno, we haven't seen the Victor was okay, and in this game too, he was doing all right for himself. But I want to see what happens for EGP if Aspect is a kind of bigger role player and someone who could definitely facilitate Tomio. Because again, these games have looked really good when their jungler is kind of running the board and running the tempo for the game.
All right. Well, Aspect, if you're listening, Alk Battery is expecting some big things from you in this third game to see if Evil Geniuses can make it continuous with their undefeated streak, going up to 4-0, going to that semifinals bye. We're going to have to find out as we take it back to the casters here for game number 3 of this best of 3. Who is going to win? I'm dying to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 3 has arrived, and if you haven't pulled down the sleeves yet, Cubby, why are you still wearing the damn jacket? Aren't you hot from this?
No one wants to see what's under this. We're going to leave the jacket on, as these games have had me excited. It's a mess, but it's a beautiful mess. And what I do have to say, getting into this draft and what we expect for this game, Rafa, I know that you wanted to hit on it. I'm going to let you have the big brain point. We want to talk about Shen.
Yo, Shen has been basically the breaking point for both of these teams. I mean, we see that Surti able to use that Shen to a lot of success in game 1, being able to stop a lot of the macro rotations that Wildcard were trying to do and got foiled. And then in game 2, I mean, Quacker got a solo kill on Surdy with the Shen and then was pretty much unkillable for most of the game. There was a flank that we'll just brush over, but I mean, Shen has enabled Wildcard in a lot of their past and prior games to be able to make those early rotations within that first 10-minute mark towards the Rift Herald. And now I want to see, with Shen basically being 100% win ratio in this entire series, do either team risk the other team getting it, or is it going to be one of the bans that gets adapted here?
I'm really curious to see what happens with that champion, because it feels like that for EGP, the Shen was as much of a deny from Wildcard as it was a pick for Surdy. And given the fact of how Wildcard plays around Shen, I think they're way too good with that champion. The fact that they do the early Rift Herald swap by putting their bot lane going full Australian lanes and swapping them top to make sure they have 5 members there guaranteed with a Stand United. I really don't want to see Wildcard get Shen again. And if they do, they're going to run the game. So curious to see what EGP does with that pick. I think it should be banned. I think that Wildcard should first pick it. And we're just going to have to see, because Rafa getting in the draft, game 3, this is hype. The winner, they go to semifinals. The winner is guaranteed 70 proving ground points. Let's see who can pull this one out.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, one of those opponents in the semifinals is, or potentially could be, Barrage, who just took down, they just took down Mirage Esports over on the other Risen stream. A clean 2-0 sweep. And now Barrage, they're going to be able to take a kick back and relax for the next few days, study up and learn about their opponents. Whereas for, the winner of here, we're going to have to see who gets decided. And so far, Olaf and Pantheon already being taken off the board away from Wildcard, because Daption, another dominating performance from a different support, this time around is going to be taken away.
And we see those bans rolling on 3. Okay, so Wildcard game 1. They first picked Kai'Sa. Team Luke looked really, really good on this. They're banning the Kai'Sa now. I think that EGP, they have to respond with a Shen ban, or else this has to be the first pick for Wildcard. Yeah, there it is. Shen ban. So this leaves Akali up, a champion that we have not yet seen and can be blinded in the mid lane. Potentially an option here for Zeno, even though he does like to go towards more of the mage pick. So I'm wondering if we maybe get Aspect now on the Akali. We tease the fact that he's a very good melee assassin player. We've seen him play Silas to great success. We've seen him play Aurelia to great success. Curious to see if they pull out Akali here in this game 3.
A couple other options, though. Samira being one of them, as it was taken away from them by Evil Geniuses in game 2. And, we saw that the Misfortune that Smacks and the rest of the devs were talking about, hey, Misfortune, not the most flashy champion, but just very powerful. I mean, Samira is a powerful champion, and it's very flashy, and in the hands of Luke could be something that Evil Geniuses are going to have to give a lot of respect. I don't even know if you want to play Aphelios into this one.
Yeah, that's something that I think I give Wildcard a lot of credit for with their bot lane. It feels like they're a little bit ahead of the meta. The fact that they've been playing a lot of Samira. Daption has also played Rel to great success, which we've seen cropping up in LCK and some other competitive leagues. This competitive league is now back for the pros as well. And it feels like Wildcard, they're a little bit early to that trend. There is the Misfortune that we talked about. Samira, she has a little bit of trouble in this lane. Misfortune can really nullify the Samira with the Emax. Now, Samira, as the game goes on, if given the support where you can go in, does have some help and can get onto MF. And I love the Rel coming on in. We tease this pick. Daption and Team Luke, they play this lane very well. And I'm curious to see what the response is. I would expect possibly an Alistar coming out here.
Another mention is that this is this Lilia, the first time that Wildcard were on the blue side of the map, it was banned away from them, this time being traded out for that Shen. So now Trickster has access to Bambi here, and it's one of the better matchups into the Graves. You can clear insanely fast. You can also match them in skirmishes. And then, of course, once you get to that level 6 marks, the Lilting Lullaby, you have so much teamfight power, but that Alistar has come in for Evil Geniuses like you predicted, Cubby.
All right, if I'm Wildcard, I ban away some blind pick mids. I think I would take away Orianna here. There's way too good of a combo with Alistar, and then possibly the Azir as well, which Aspect has looked pretty good on. Because I would fully expect for EGP to possibly blind pick a mid, but hey, these two teams, they might be a little bit more familiar with each other than I am coming on in, because it looks like they're taking away some safe picks for Surdy in the top lane. His Kennen's gone. They banned his Aatrox in the last game, given the fact that it is a very hard matchup for the Shen, so curious to see if they take away a champion like that again.
one of the notorious things about Samira is that she does have to get into melee range. So I would imagine that an Aatrox could be something that you want to take away from Evil Geniuses. Silas being taken off the table. Hey, Cubby, there was something that you told me about. Yeah, that's right. You cannot, as Cubby once told me, for his team over at Miami at Ohio University, you are not allowed to play Malphite if Silas is up. Well, Silas is down. Is that a potential option here for Evil Geniuses?
Maybe. I think they're banning it away because into an Alistar, Silas is extremely powerful as well. But it's not a champion that I expect out of Xeno. And I talked about safe blind pick mids. That's why I wanted to see the Orion potentially the Azir taken away. It is going to be the Syndra, blinded for EGP. So already bringing some disengage to the table, Rafa. You mentioned the fact that Samira and Rel, they have to go in. This gives EGP an escape button if a nice scatter of the weak lands.
Between that and then, of course, Alistar's ability just to punt people away.
Just to be Alistar.
he gets to play goalkeeper, but you know, the Silas being banned, it's not a Malphite for Evil Geniuses, but for Wildcard. In this case, Quacker is going to lock down the Shard of the Monolith here. And now the answer to Syndra, what is going to be Xeno's pick? I don't know how you feel about Anivia here, since it is up on the table and it was something he did super well with, but against
it's really good in the Alistar, but in the Syndra you can get outranged with the Scatter of the Weak, so I think they're just going to handshake the Orianna. Nice combo with the Malphite as well. Curious to see what EGP brings to the table, because I think one of the weaknesses of Samira, she lacks % health damage in her kit, so if they wanted to get a big buff tank like the likes of Sion coming on out, that could potentially be an option. There is going to be a lot of burn damage coming through on the Lilia and the Orianna. You're screaming for Mundo. That's never going to happen, Rafa. I'm sorry to break that boat, but let's see how things round on out here. This is the last pick of the draft coming through, and it's not going to be the Sion, but it is going to be the Maokai.
All right, okay, so the reason why I was saying Mundo is because I actually meant Maokai, because they're both tanks that do magic damage, and one thing that Malphite hates going up against is just basically magic damage, right? And when you already look at the top side of the map, it is very AP heavy, so that's why I hope that probably Mundo's just a trash champion, but you know, I don't know, Cubby. It could have been sick, but the Maokai at least provides even more disengage options with the ultimate, as well as being able to slow people down with the twisted, the Bramble Smash, as well as the Twisted Advance, being very useful and
very good.
Yeah, just very good overall. Point and
click. Do you have like the
group.
Wikipedia page pulled up on your second screen coming on? Because that was pretty good with the ability names there, Rafa. It's almost like you're a play-by-play.
I mean, I was forgetting some of them. I couldn't remember the Maokai ultimate off the top of my head.
Nature's Grasp, I believe.
Oh, Nature's Wrath. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. I was about to say like Entanglement of Death, but that's not quite it.
Long range root thingy. That's it. Yeah.
I think like I almost said Stranglethorns, but that's a Zyra thing.
That's Zyra. Yeah.
All right. So back to earth here, Cubby. I know we're getting a little off topic, but this draft here for Wildcard, something that we were talking about off air, is what in terms of objectives wise, how well Wildcard were able to engineer a composition that allows them to take over the early game, because it's that first 10-15 minutes that they need to be able to accelerate. Against Evil Geniuses, there's a bit of, in fact, there's a lot of early game fighting power. And most of these lanes, the Syndra gives you, you know, pretty decent priority and sets up for gank assist for the Graves to be able to come in, as well as this Misfortune has a lot of laning power in it herself.
EGP, we talked about last game, the fact that Wildcard kind of went for the full court press and EGP went for the full late game. Definitely some adjustments coming on in with Coach Ido, as the Syndra is going to give a little bit of priority in that mid lane. Graves should have some say in the matchup against Lilia. It's kind of a handshake. Lilia can farm a bit harder. Graves interacts with his lanes a little bit better and skirmishes a bit better, whereas Lilia team fights better. But at the core, what both teams are going for here, Rafa, is a big 5v5 team fight. And I really want to see who's going to be able to pull the trigger first, because I think that whoever has first say hitting these big team fight ultimates, we've got Malphite, we've got Orianna, we also have Misfortune on the other side as well. It's going to be all about setting up these big ultimates to come on in, knock the other team down.
A lot of big red buttons here on the side of Wildcard. As soon as you hit that level 6 mark, I mean, just imagine the wombo that is Malphite engage into Shockwave, and then the fact that normally Malphite Engage is pretty hard to dodge unless you have flash, right? But that if you preemptively set up with a Lilting Lullaby, being able to find a really strong E pick, then they're asleep. And if they don't have cleanse or they don't have QSS, then they can't dodge the Malphite ultimate even if they have flash. So they are sitting ducks there for the giant shard of the monolith to just come charging in and knocking them up and really starting the party off. So when it comes to, team fight engages, a wild card can be very, very, very dangerous for Evil Geniuses. However, we cannot sleep on the disengage factors that Evil Geniuses have already popped up. And you slightly mentioned it. I mean, even though Alistar, mainly known for engages, has the ability to punt people away, you have Scatter the Weak. And then, of course, Maokai counter engages and re-engages, being able to lock people down with the Nature's Wrath. I mean, that's Evil Genius's path to victory. And so when we look at who's going to set this all up, I think it comes down to this jungle matchup here, Cubby, because Trickster playing the Lilia cannot interact with his lanes as easily. So when we talk about how Prussian was remarking about how intelligent this guy is, but how aggressive he is at the same time.
A hidden gem is what he called
it. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And we need to see how well he can compose his pathing the first 6 levels of the game, because if he's able to get to that Lilting Lullaby, then he can just start all these fights off super well. But Graves is someone that, even though does suffer traditionally against magic damage, no longer being able to stack the MR, can duel Lilia pretty decently early on.
Curious to see if he opts for cleanse as well. That's been a new trend with this jungle matchup coming on through, as that cleanse can get you out of the Lilting Lullaby. But Rafa, enough of us talking. Gonna have to see what these players can bring, as we are very close to hitting the Rift. And we have an exciting Game 3, semifinals on the line, 70 points of Proving Grounds on the line, guaranteed. Game 3 between these two teams that have been playing so well for the start of Risen. Gonna have to see who can pull it out, as we're about to hop on the Rift and get into the action.
Well, no Smite Cleanse from Tomio. It's going to be Smite Flash. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how well he can dodge out on some of those crucial ultimates that will be coming in from Wildcard. And
Luke's health bot.
Wait. Cubby. There was something that Prussian was telling me about, that they were noticing that Surti always starts in the same spot in every single match, and they have potentially been prepping a level 1 cheese to punish him overextending. I thought they were going to do it in Game 1, but it could be in Game 3 right now, when all is on the line here to be able to get into semifinals. But unfortunately, I built all that up just to see the bot lane recalling.
Rafa just really wanted to show off his notes. That's all. That's what we're getting to.
Damn
Congrats on the prep, dude. That's good stuff.
I was waiting for it all series, and I thought there was going to be a Fnatic 5-man Goon Squad
I liked
cheese.
It was a good point. We were talking about it. I'm glad you got to pull it out, even though nothing happened. It was very hype for nothing.
Oh, pain.
That's all right, Rafa. You'll be able to bring the hype later when these fights start breaking out, because we do expect these fights to be electric after these level 6s have been ticked. For the start, though, I think the big story of this game is that EGP, they did take a little bit more priority in these lanes. We expect that Syndra might be able to get a little bit of an early push going. I know that MF can get an early push, and I think all eyes have to be on Team Luke and Daption, because this bot lane has been so good for the side of Wildcard. I know Morgan thinks that they're the best bot lane in Proving Grounds at the moment with the level of play. We've seen them pull off this combo Game 2 yesterday against Solafide. Going to have to see if they can do it again this game, because if the Samira gets rolling, it might be the way they're able to snowball this game to victory.
They get the knockup down onto Mist, and I have to say, Cubby, it looks not so good for Luke and Daption here, because the Ignite comes down and Shiro can just follow with the flash, but the heal comes out. No way, they actually turned this around.
Yep. Couple little things there. Couple of little things that were so good there. Luke was waiting to use the heal until the Ignite went off, so that way he was able to get the full heal, and Daption getting his ability back, able to chain that CC with the Samira passive. We talked about this bot lane, how good of a prospect we think that Shiro and Luke are. Luke coming out on top. They first picked the Samira, already getting it to pay off.
I'm in shock, because it seemed like things were about to go super disastrous for Wildcard after the damage from Shiro was coming out, but like you said, Cubby, just...
It was a calculated dub, Rafa. That's all we need to say. Calculated dub coming out from Team Luke. As
you know
I do
what?
believe we have a replay.
Oh, get it one more time here, Cubby. Break it down for me.
All right, so Mist, he pops the Aftershock, and you can see Luke, he's saving that heal for this Ignite to tick on off. He also baits it, so he gets it late. Shiro overextends, and Luke takes the best of Shiro. And I think it's a matchup that really appropriate that it goes this way in Game 3, because we talked earlier about how Empire had his eyes on Shiro as a player and how impressive he's been, how Luke is really impressing in his first split of competitive. I was talking with Tim the other day. We both had Luke and Shiro pretty high up in our top 10 prospects list that we were just kind of like throwing around and brainstorming. Luke gets the best of him this time around and sets his team up for a successful bottom lane snowball potentially with this champion.
Now Tomio working with potentially a bottom lane who could have been stronger weak side or stronger on the bottom lane, now is facing in a deficit, both of the summoners down, whereas Luke, he held on to his flash throughout that entire engage, that entire all in. So having that summoner advantage is now, oh no, Quacker. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Tree sustain is pretty nice here for Sir T, and then Quacker with this wave being pushed up this far. We don't know if Wildcard has been tracking Tomio, and so Quacker gonna go for a ward, but it looks
honestly,
like Tomio.
Rafa, I got a request. Observer Sam, just ignore this top lane matchup. We don't need to see this. It's just a couple of meatballs slapping each other around. Get this off our screen. We can go watch.
I think now that you said that, we're about to stare at this top lane screen for the next 5 minutes. Cubby.
I think Observer Sam is still really salty at me for saying the wrong Observer. This is the punishment coming through as it does swap on the bot lane. Appreciate all the help that goes into the production, making this a fun show to be a part of. And getting back into the game here, Rafa, we do have a major CS lead for Luke and Daption in this wave. They have the ability to freeze it.
Yeah.
So they can really continue to punish this lane if they so choose, and it seems like they are freezing it. Good play coming out from this duo that has been hyped up a lot, and they are delivering in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the freeze is so bad that Tomio has to come in and potentially break that freeze, right? He's already sweeping up the vision, but doesn't seem like he's going to go for the play quite yet. He's checking around, making sure that Trickster is not in the wings, potentially to make a counter gank, and so because of that, Tomio's actually going to take this time to say, hey, you know what? There's some free chicken nuggets on the board, so I'm just going to go ahead and take that real quick. But the ward comes down, and they know that Tomio is on the bottom side of the map. So now I wonder if Trickster decides to go for something on... Well, there's actually no camps on the top side of the map, so this is just a net advantage for Tomio.
Hey, Rafa, I got something else to tease you here coming on through.
What's up?
Look at that first item coming in for Trickster.
Oh! Moonstone for Lilia! Oh my god, it's happening! Oh my goodness.
All right, we're gonna have to see if Trickster can make this item build be either Moonstone Renewer or Moonstone Manure, if it does go wrong coming on through. But this build, it has been teased at
Why, Sam?
Oh, Sam, come on.
Sam,
he's on his own up here. Wait, there's a kill in the bottom lane.
Sam, come on, man. All right. Well, I know we're going to get a replay of that in just a little bit, but Sam, in his grudge against us, decides to skip out on another solo kill or 2v2 all-in on to, it looks like this time it was Mist. So 2 kills over to Luke, on to Samira. Oh, are we rewinding for this? Fantastic.
Wow. All right. Gonna have to see what ends up happening. Mist, he doesn't have Aftershock this game. He's a squishy boy, and that's a nice chain stun coming on in. Flashes away, it's not enough. Team Luke cleans him up. Good play coming in once again from the duo of Wildcard. We talked about how we think these guys are ahead of the meta for playing a lot of Rel, and this is coming to fruition. The fact that these guys are stopping this bottom lane early, and this is a blind pick, right? The counter was in the hands of EG. They took this Alistar to potentially dissuade this all-in coming through, but it's just too much for them to handle early.
I don't know about you, Cubby, and we can talk about the Samira and the Misfortune matchup, but it's a Rel gap. Especially if you talk to Smacks, Rel is just so good.
Yeah, I haven't been playing League lately, but I definitely do want to start playing some Rel because we've been seeing a lot of it. People have gotten a little bit more time to figure out the champion, starting to realize the strength of the champion coming on through as Rafa. This is all bot lane. Luke and Daption are just utterly dominating EG Prodigies.
And because of that, normally you wouldn't see Lilia go for an early dragon like this, because as you can see, Lilia is not the best jungler to solo dragon or do early dragons, because when it comes to AoE camps, it's very easy for Lilia to power through. When it comes to single target camps, not so much. That's usually better in the hands of Graves. But as you said, the advantage going strongly over to Daption, and Luke gives them priority necessary to be able to get the first dragon of the game, which will be Infernal. And now with this Mountain Dragon coming up next, we will have either an Ocean or Cloud Soul this game. And so either or would be very beneficial to these rosters here. And Tomio is just trying to do his best to keep up in pace with Trickster. He's been able to steal and counter jungle most of the bottom side camps up until that second all-in from Luke and Daption, but he's starting to fall behind a bit.
Just a little bit, as the Moonstone Renewer build, it really hits its power spike once you finish that item. And Rafa, it's a 2-level advantage down in the bot lane here. And I'm really wondering if they're going to go for the dive. Because you can see Lilia is on that side of the map. It seems like they're starting to get a slow push going.
She's level 6 too.
Yeah, so they have the wave frozen, so they have to overextend. They're going to chip the health bars. And if they start pushing this one in, I really think they're going to try and dive this bot lane, keep on snowballing this lead further.
I mean, Luke is also level 6, so he has access to
so
that ultimate
ahead
as well. Oh man, I mean, you see it in Shiro and Mist's positioning that they just no, they cannot even walk up to this wave, and they're already preemptively checking for vision, and now they're going to try to see if they can put the pinch down on the Trickster before Daption can get in range. Xeno was also on the roam there, but he gave it up, and a flash comes out from Trickster, but now we have double teleports coming in. Surti and Quacker are also here. He's going to pop the blast cone to get over the wall, and it looks like the Nature's Wrath will be used for not as a disengage, but now Wildcard looking to push advantage. They do have the unstoppable force here.
This is awkward, look out.
Mist, they're going to go for it. Knockup spawn both sides. Tomio picks up the first one down on the Trickster, and Daption is over the wall, but Luke cannot get into the fight, because where's Xeno? Xeno's back at the mid lane, and Aspect already got the first priority roam over, and Evil Geniuses come out on top.
Yeah, that was a really awkward fight coming out from Wildcard. You mentioned the fact that Xeno's mid, they weren't ready for that rotation coming in, and they didn't need to fight that. Look at the state of bot lane. They had the wave frozen. Shiro was losing out on so much gold and XP. If they just kind of handshook that, they would have already won across the map. But going for that fight, it gives the opportunity for EG to fight their way back into this. We talked about that early game. MF, that E in the choke, so much damage, so much slowing power, and really help the rest of EGP turn that fight around, get themselves something positive on this map, and try and take a foothold into this game.
Yeah, you even saw that Xeno was shoving waves into Aspect's turret, and the fact that Aspect was sacrificing the potential income and experience. I mean, a Wildcard should have been able to communicate that, hey, they are losing both bottom EXP and mid EXP right now, so we don't need to fight, but they pressed the advantage way too much, and Xeno was not there for the roam. And now Evil Geniuses, despite having a massive deficit off of the back of Team Luke and Daption here, they're able to somewhat stabilize the gold lead. But Surti, I don't know if this is the place that you want to be here, son. Shockwave is not used quite yet. Flash does come out from Surti, but I still think he's in a world of hurt. But he dodges out on the Shockwave. He's really making Wildcard work for this, but eventually they finally pick him up. But it was looking a little dicey there for Wildcard.
I mean, he bought a lot of time, and I do want to give credit to EG Prodigy. This is an awesome rotation coming out from them, because that bot lane, it was getting ugly down there. They get MF out of the lane. She's now getting farm. They took the Rift Herald as well, and this is all from the decision of Wildcard earlier to fight in that top side jungle of EGP. This fight, I mean, that fight being lost, it had more consequences than just the initial gold going over. They're still making plays off the tempo of this on the side of EGP.
And they lose out on first brick there in the mid lane. And because mid lane is now opened up, it's a lot easier for Tomio to be able to access the camps of Trickster here. And because he's going for the Moonstone Renewal into the Staff of Flowing Water build, even though the ability power is not as... It's still somewhat the same as you would go for a similar build in like Leandri's Torment. The combat, solo-wise, in a 1v1 is nowhere near as close. You are building to support your team and spam a bunch of healings for the 5-on-5. So this is going to give Tomio potentially a huge advantage to be able to run Trickster around in his own jungle.
We're going to have to see if he can drive home that advantage. Once you complete the item, you get very, very strong. I know that LS was talking about this a lot on his stream and how abusive this item can be, especially if you get ahead early, which is the state that Wildcard still find themselves in, even though they did lose a lot of tempo and a lot of plates. This CS lead from Team Luke, though, is what is keeping them ahead at this point. And it's what's also ensuring the fact they get to take the second dragon. So We talked about the dragon control against Solafide. What got Wildcard here, right? They got 10 out of the 10 dragons that spawned the 2 games they played against them yesterday. So far, they're 2 for 2 in this one. They got all the dragons in the game previously as well. And that early game dominance, that early game macro play coming out from this team, it's continuing, and it is doing them so much justice and service across the map.
Tomio's going to be able to pick up this third blue buff of the game here. Just controlling the top side of the map as from that rotation they made earlier to get Shiro out of that disastrous bot lane. And then moving Aspect over to the top side, getting a couple more plates down. It is about to hit the 13-minute mark, so 1 more minute before plate gold is no longer available. And I do believe that Trickster has hit that Moonstone renewal power spike build. So it is up online and ready, and I have not had a chance to experiment with this myself or see it in play yet, so I'm excited to see how it interacts on the Rift here, Cubby.
Rafa, I've got one word for you, and that's Team Luke. Even though it seems like 2 words, it's 1 word according to the IGN. We're going to follow that spelling coming on through. It buffs up the Samira, right? And if Samira can get in there with the Moonstone Renewer, it's so much healing coming on through as it may be caught out.
Nice. Well, he manages to get the flash out, but it's not enough movement speed, and the follow-up from Aspect is enough to be able to capitalize on the miss pick.
Caught.
And Daption is just too far out. Luke, oh no. Well, oh my god, wait, Luke?
Oh my god. If you would have gotten 2, that would have been crazy. But that shutdown gold going on over, it's really big for EGP as they once again find themselves a positive play on the map by catching out Trickster.
Well, Cubby, game 3, all on the line. You know, both of these teams desperately want to get to that semifinal spot against Barrage here. And, you know, Wildcard fought tooth and neck in those 2v2 all-ins and being able to net 2 kills for Team Luke. But first with the bottom side river jungle fight. And now a pick on the Trickster being a little far too overextended and disrespecting the ability from Evil Geniuses to be able to punish. Once again, now this puts Evil Geniuses ahead in terms of gold.
Just want to clarify, Rafa, not against Barrage, but on the opposite side of the bracket from Barrage. So the teams will play the winner of the quarters to get there. But hey, the fact that you don't have to play quarters and you can just focus on the new patch that's going to hit this week, it's very big. As unfortunately, in Amateur, we don't have access to the tournament realm. So the day the new patch hits, you got to play immediately. So the fact that whichever team wins can just solely focus on perfecting the strats for that new patch is pretty nice. And you get some free scouting in quarters. So big match to win. You want to ensure those proving ground points so you can make it to that top 16 and try and prove your worth against the top academy teams that we have to offer as well.
I mean, that's been pretty much a mission statement for Barrage, right? That when we casted their game against Supernova, their eyes were not even on the teams in this tournament. Their eyes were on the teams that they would face from the bottom of the standings in Academy that would be knocked out and have to play in that T1 tournament, right? But for Wildcard, they have made quite a run. They have been upsetting a lot of favorites so far, especially in Solafide. But now, when game 3, we have missed looking for an engage on the Luke, but it looks like he's able to...
Daption!
Is that how Rel works?
What? No, that was so sick from Daption. That stun actually hit so miss, couldn't do the full combo, and then Luke was able to get his dash off as well. That was a disgusting play coming out. Really cute interaction, and because of that, they're going to find a win across the map, right? They're pressuring that bottom lane turret. EGP, they aren't going to be able to pressure this. All they're going to get is an extra wolf camp coming on out. Really, really good play from Daption to save Luke from potentially going down again.
I mean, it pretty much mirrors a similar play that we saw in the Solafide series, where he was able to negate Winston's Hecarim engages like 2 or 3 times before finally forcing his hand and having to devastating onslaught over the wall to safety. I mean, I'm going to be honest here, Cubby. Half the abilities on Rel, I still don't know what this champion does. So when that happened, I was completely confused.
Raph, you got to start brushing up on some LCK, man.
I do.
That was your favorite league.
Hey, come on, man. Honestly, when it comes to Rel, I just let Smacks tell me and fill me in on what just happened. But because he's not in my ear, he can't tell me what to do. But Zeno has to flash away, pops the shockwave, but it's not enough because Tomio is gonna run him down. But a teleport coming back in from Quacker does have unstoppable force, looking for the engage. There's a lilting lullaby, shockwave. or I should say the knockup is not going to be necessary yet because they
Luke.
just get the shutdown. And now, when is the knockup going to happen? Samira needs to be able to pop off, and he finally looks for the knockup onto Shiro, but Team Luke is going to go down because of Aspect, who has been controlling the fight so beautifully with this Syndra and looks for the Quadra.
Aspect comes up huge in that fight, but also props to Tomio. He removed Orianna from the fight immediately. That shockwave doesn't land on anyone, and Luke, he doesn't have enough damage. He can't get through the front line of Alistar and Maokai. We talked about the fact that Samira lacks % health damage. They ended up going with a big tank for Surdy. Mist and Surdy, it's too much for Team Nuke to deal with. He goes down. EGP, they find themselves back in this game and back on top.
Whoo! Oh man, Cubby. Evil Geniuses. The last time we saw them in this position against Wildcard in this series. Even though Wildcard were able to find miraculous picks back and forth. Oh, well. Surty was trying to get a little bit more than he... Hey, can someone pick up the Rift Herald, please? Don't chase for this.
No, they're trying to pick up the tree,
long.
man. They gotta get the tree first.
Wait, but can someone just pick up the Rift Herald, please?
Malphite's got
All right,
it.
well,
He's
they're
on the
going to really
backside.
fight for this. Mist is going to get them, but a shockwave punishes potentially on Tomio. Mist is going to burn the flash. Go get the Rift Herald. Don't... Oh, okay.
He got it. He got it.
Okay, Quacker got
does
it.
he?
Good man.
Does he have it?
Good man.
Does he have it? We're gonna have to see the scoreboard get pulled back up. Yeah,
He got
okay,
it.
okay, we're good.
Okay.
We're good. Kelly is on the map. Kelly was not forgotten about coming on through. As you know, Rafa, I think one thing that you teased, the fact that Trickster is going for this very supportive build. Look at the level differential that's busted out thanks to Tomio and his pathing, the fact that he's going for that damage build. He has 3 levels, or now 2 levels on this Lilia.
Oh, they're going to look for the engage under the turret, and Tomio already disrespecting the engage power. Oh my god, what is this? What is this champion that Rel does? What does she get to do that just puts Evil Geniuses in a bad spot? But the counter engage, the re-engage from Surti, the flank with the Nature's Wrath now puts Wildcard on the back foot, and Shiro, still untouched, will survive after everything thrown, and it's an ace for Evil Geniuses.
Wildcard, they press too hard under the tower, and guess who gets the turret aggro? It's Team Luke taking all the tower shots. He goes down. It was a bold attempt coming out from Daption initially. They got the pick, I felt like, but that flank coming in from Surdy with the TP, he's not on the cannon, but he's still finding those flanks on the Maokai, able to pull this fight back, and Shiro, really nice positioning throughout the entirety of that fight, as well as 2 fights go the side of EGP, and Rafa, all of a sudden, they find themselves in a very dominant position in this game, as you just see Team Luke, he picks up tower aggro once he goes into the tower here. This is a big air coming on through from the side of Wildcard. They need to communicate who has aggro. The fact that he goes down immediately, any hope in them winning that fight just goes out the window.
And Evil Geniuses first, a massive spike for Aspect in terms of gold, and now another massive spike for Shiro, being able to pick up a triple in that last fight. This should allow him to complete his second item relatively soon. We are nearing that 21-minute mark, so, and Shiro, because of the lead that Team Luke and Dapson got earlier on.
He's even, though.
Yeah,
he's back.
He was behind for he was behind for most of the game, but now he's back. He's back in it.
He was down 60 creeps. He's still down 40, but he was also down 2 levels. He's the same level as Team Luke and Wildcard. You know, we talked about the early game and the dominance coming out from them, but when you throw those leads, when those shutdowns do go over to the carries of the opposite team, things can get out of hand a little bit quickly. They've lost 2 team fights pretty convincingly thanks to the play of EGP, and now find themselves on the back foot once again. It feels like game 1, right? The fact that EGP, they now have Prio across the map. They're the ones that have the say, and it's really up to Wildcard to try and find those picks. So keep your eyes on Daption.
Yeah.
He's been the playmaker for Wildcard, and if they want to come back in this one, it's going to have to be off of his engages playing this rel.
And even looking at the gold leads in the mid lane and the jungle as well. I mean, we've talked a little bit about this Tomio and Trickster matchup, but honestly, we have not given enough love to Aspect, who honestly, in every single game, has been doing so incredibly well and being able to outpace Xeno, whether it comes to CS or just being able to, you know, perform his job in team fights. Game 2, yes, he was on the Azir, and so against in that matchup against the Orianna, he's going to have to give a little bit of way in terms of priority, but this time around, he picks up the Syndra, he delivers in that mid-game fight around and picks up the Quadra, and even though he goes down, he provides enough time for Shiro to be able to survive. Like, right now, he is the man that has the most gold in the game right now, and he is showing why that you can invest resources into this man.
I talked about it in draft, right? The fact that Aspect is really being slept on as a mid laner across all of Proving Grounds, and it's really nice seeing him show up in this game. I must say, I think some of it's been a little bit of an int coming out from Wildcard and throwing these engages or getting caught out, but you still got to give props to EGP and Aspect for still playing these fights out really well with the Syndra. We talked about the importance of that disengage against the Samira. Aspect has been doing his job mid as... Oh no, Tomio just eats that Lilia for breakfast, and he is on a mission to take down
pretty dead here too.
Oh. That's good shit damage going on through.
Okay, I forgot there was a turret there, but if there wasn't, then you bet your ass, then Tomio would have definitely run down Xeno. He had a flash to be able to match. But they could do Baron right here. There's no jungler from the side of Wildcard, so there's no smite advantage. But I would imagine you just want to go for another pick just like this one. Miss is going to fire it up. Bullet time comes in and ricochets across the entire river. It's going to take out Luke. Dapson will also fall to Aspect. It's a 5-on-2, and the rest of the members of Wildcard have to scatter like the wind, but Quacker's caught with his pants down. He's going to be able to clap one back down onto Shiro, but Aspect will be able to pick up the pieces here, and Baron will surely go over to EG.
I mentioned Alistar into Samira Rel because if you are able to get onto Samira first, you can take her down. That's exactly what happens there. Beautiful teamwork coming out from Mist and Aspect. They layered the Scatter of the Weak. They layered the Maokai CC upon the Samira. Team Luke, the linchpin of this comp, goes down first as they're looking to take the Baron, but
Trickster
Xeno
has flash.
He's got a lot of damage.
He has vision. He doesn't have... Oh my gosh, they just forced... Wait! Evil Genius has to run! But Aspect was burning down from the Baron. They actually didn't have the means to be able to force it, and Wildcard somehow are able to stall out the objective.
Wildcard, they have a little bit of priority on the map. I'm curious, do they push for this dragon? It is Soul Point. Now that they're behind, they might have to roll the dice here and there to see if they can get back into this one.
Shiro's up. He's going to be able to get mid-priority first, but Team Luke and Daption are already roaming and setting up vision control in this bottom half of the jungle, and this is going to be the third dragon going over to Wildcard, which potentially makes it Cloud Soul Point for this squad coming up in the next 5 minutes.
I think Cloud Soul notably is extremely powerful on Samira for Team Luke, because when you do pop that ultimate, the move speed buff you can get helps you hit more members, helps you maneuver through the team fight, something that Samira has to do. I want to see EGP, though, keep on flashing on Samira. I mean, Alistar Maokai into this champion, it's pretty much like the Melzahar are coming on through, right? It's the Samira, you don't get to dance around, you don't get to have any fun, we're going to shut you down before the fight starts. EGP's been doing a very good job of that. Want to see if they can keep that up, keep on having the first say in engagements for these fights. And on the flip side, let's see if Daption can open things up for Samira to potentially move around these fights and have a little bit more success.
Xeno has to be a little bit more respectful of Aspect than Tomio. Gonna pop the stopwatch, but it's not enough. The Dark Sphere timing from Aspect is immaculate, and they get the shutdown, and now they're fighting a 5-on-4. Advantages in their side. They are split, Cubby. The frontliners, without the damage, they don't want to press onto this fight, and Quacker just might get clocked up here. He does use the Unstoppable Force to get over the wall and back to safety. The Baron is still up on the table, and Wildcard only giving up Xeno may allow them to fight over this Baron, but no Lilting Lullaby, no Unstoppable Force means that Evil Geniuses have an advantage when it comes down to ultimate cooldowns.
I'm curious if the scoreboard comes back up, if they have access to any blue trinkets. They are going to spot it out with that Eve. Thank you for the vision swap observers. You can see they're walking in dark, and here comes Mist.
Oh, Mist was waiting there, and the bullet time is so beautiful! Gets so much damage down onto the members of Wildcard, but Team Luke tries to go for a desperation play, but he's going to get singled out by Shiro. And now Tomio on the chase along with the rest of the Evil Geniuses squad are going to rout off Daption, who is trying to run away and stall as much time as he can. Trickster will still survive as Daption... I'm sorry, buddy.
Nice donation going on over to Shiro. I think the story of this game, it's really been Xeno's getting caught out, as he might get caught once again, potentially, but he's getting caught. And if this Orianna is caught out, it's not able to zone off the Maokai, the Alistar, and give Samira the space that Team Luke needs to really perform. He's getting flashed on by the members that just don't allow him to play the game when he's CC'd. And EGP, they're capitalizing off of this so well. They're fighting as a team. Really love to see the teamwork, and kind of giving me flashbacks to the UPL finals, Rafa. Being on the desk and watching EGP really clutch that one out. These guys are clutching this series out. They found themselves behind early in the game. They're coming back now, playing as a team of 5, playing strong. In Wildcard, it just feels like they're a little bit off this game, and it's costing them drastically.
I mean, we talked about how Wildcard was supposed to be the team that had a superior setup for the first early mid-game, the first 10-15 minutes. I know we said that like at least 3 million times at this point, but Evil Geniuses put a stop to that.
We're driving it home.
Yeah, we are driving it home, damn it. But Evil Geniuses have been just playing beautifully these team fights. I mean, more credit to Aspect every single time, because he's been finding picks with the Scatter of the Week. Even Mist is setting himself up in the places of vision where Wildcard are either disrespecting it or just kind of foregoing it as a place of where Mist could be able to set up for a surprise flank or a re-engage or a counter-engage here. And being able to combo that with bullet time, it's very easy to follow up on those engages. And now for Wildcard, Daption probably has to be the person, the linchpin that sets it all up, because he's been able to do it before on the Pantheon, and even in the game that they lost, finding moments with that Nautilus Dredgeline hook. I mean, I've seen Rel do some bullshit things before, Cubby, and maybe Daption can do it right now. I know, no censor button on that one, because this is how intense this game is.
Oh boy, I wasn't expecting that one, Rafa. As I think that on the side of Wildcard, they really have to wait until their carries have flash. I mean, the fact that Mist has flash up, he has just been making sure that Team Luke cannot play the game. He's getting knocked up, chain CC'd. I want to see if Wildcard can buy enough time to get those flashes up and to potentially start a fight on their own say. I think that's really what's missing. As Rafa, we do have a dragon spawning here in 45 seconds. It'll be very important for Wildcard to get position. You can see both teams posturing. Wildcard, they have to take control of that bottom lane river. If Aspect gets there first, they cannot walk into Scatter of the Week. They cannot walk into this Alistar. And it feels like they're not even trying to prioritize the dragon. They might actually be looking to trade the Baron with where their vision set up.
But EG have the mid priority, and they look for the engage onto Luke, but Surti cannot get in range to be able to look it up, but it's not even necessary, because Aspect and Tomio are on the follow-up, and they lock down Team Luke and Quacker, and now it's only 3 members for Wildcard to be able to defend against this 5-man stacked roster from Evil Geniuses. They're looking to take the inhibitor turret as well as the inhibitor. Do they go for the push to end here, Cubby, or they're going to reset here?
No, they're going to reset. They have to take this dragon off the map. They have to deny the soul, but I mean, the play coming out from EGP into the Samira, it's so beautiful. It's so textbook. They know Luke doesn't have flash. Mist goes in. The only error that Luke made there is just not respecting the fact that Alistar had the flash combo, and then he throws that W down a little bit too early, so doesn't block the Scatter of the Week coming in to follow up that Aspect time so perfectly. Man, EGP, like, we've been talking about Wildcard's team play, how well they're playing the early games, but watching EGP sync up with these team fights has been so beautiful this game. Is to watch that stun comes in, the W's already burned, Aspect flashes forward, Team Luke's down, and they cannot win a team fight without Team Luke.
And then Daption and Xeno are just also not in position for that re-engage, right? And so it just puts them in a bad spot to be able to deny this push. And now Evil Geniuses being able to deny that Cloud Soul means it's another 4.5 minutes of the Cloud Soul waiting room potentially for Wildcard, as that was potentially their one window to get back into this game, to have that extra movement speed for Luke to be able to maneuver in and out of these team fights. But now Baron still up on the table. It has not been successfully taken once this game, remind you, Cubby, but it has been a hotspot for the past 10 minutes.
Something important to note, if Team Luke is able to go off in these team fights, Infinity Edge is completed for the Samira, as once again, thank you, observers, for the vision toggle, because you can really see how dark things are for Wildcard trying to walk in here and ensure that Baron's not being taken. They burn their second blue trinket, so they're now out of those. They have to check for their faces from now on. I think Samira needs QSS. I think that's the only way that they can maybe win a team fight, because the fact that Team Luke isn't able to get out of the CC chain, it's just deadly, and EGP is playing way too well as a team for Team Luke to deal with this on the Samira. So he has flash. If he gets QSS, that might be the window that they have to win a fight, but Malachi is so beefy now, it's going to be really tough for Samira to get through all these members.
He's hex flashing. Okay, no dice. Was looking for a potential engage onto Trickster, who was pushed up very aggressively. They have to invest a lot of resources into pushing back, as this is an inhibitor down, and it is a super minion stacked wave, but Tomio is all by himself. Tomio, you want to be there, my friend. Woo!
Have ourselves a close game. Tomio's caught. The Relstone connected. Malphite are also used his unstoppable force, but can they get on him with the phase rush? It might just be too much, and Surdy, he's trying to turn it. They're going for Team Luke now.
Yeah, Luke is now caught off with his pants down, and Xeno's not there to be able to go for the follow-up. But can he get the shockwave down? Finds it on the Aspect, but the damage has already been done from Shiro, and now he turns tail onto the jungler and the Trickster. Flash from Surdy over the wall, gets the W down onto Xeno. Shutdown will be there. It looks like they were able to pick up Tomio, but at what cost here, Cubby? Because Evil Geniuses, they find 4 for the price of 1.
That's going to be the game, Rafa. They can shove this one down, and the EGP just not allowing for Team Luke, the star carry of Wildcard, to play League of Legends with this comp. It's what's going to gift them the W as EGP, they clutch this one out. They take the game 3. They find themselves in semifinals as a top 2 seed in Risen with 70 Proving Ground points to their name.
Cubby, you know what this means?
What does this mean, Rafa?
We were all wrong except for Goferino.
Oh, okay. No, please don't bring that up. Why'd you bring that up, man? Oh, God. I always get gapped by the desk, man. It doesn't matter what I'm on. The desk always beats me.
Oh, man. All of us predicted Wildcard to come out and the victors on top 2-1, but, you know, that Sola Fide buff was not enough, and Evil Geniuses obviously were a lot more prepared than any other opponent that Wildcard has gone up against in this entire tournament. And the respect, even though there's some definitely mistakes from both teams throughout the series, I think this was by far my favorite series that we have seen on stream here, Cubby, because both teams came out swinging, and even though Wildcard is now going to have to go down and play through the quarter stage bracket potentially, I think Wildcard still have a lot to be able to work with. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we still end up seeing them in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think that both teams actually showed some really nice moments in these games. I think Wildcard winning game 2, that dominant. I mean, you can't ignore that. And honestly, I really credit the draft and the play for EGP. I mean, the fact every single time Team Luke stepped up just a hair too far, they were able to follow up with an Alistar engage. They had a flash twisted advance coming out from Surdy, and then it was just followed up beautifully by Aspect. We always talk about how Samira is so lane dominant and you want to snowball from there. But I always kind of call it like a pub stomp pick, because if a team's able to play around it just like EGP did, you can see how you can neutralize that champion. They put on a clinic of how to do that in that game 3, and that's why they find themselves now in the semifinals.
And for Evil Geniuses, a lot of, I mean, many members that we can look at in terms of stepping up this series. Aspect has to be my big spotlight here. And he was someone, to be honest, Cubby, we didn't really highlight going into this series. We were so focused on Shiro versus Luke. We were focused on Tomio versus Trickster. And even for a bit, we saw once the Shen became a nuisance for both teams, it was Surdy versus Quacker here. But Aspect on that Syndra was absolutely vital to this team's success in this game 3.
I want more people to talk about Aspect. This guy is being heavily slept on. He proved it in this game with his play. I also just want to give a shout out to Mist. I know we were really hyping up Daption's play in the first 2 games as kind of being the savior. I think Mist really showed up on the Alistar.
Yeah.
I know they kind of got blown out of lane, but once they got out of lane, the play just to shut down the Samira, it was a full team effort from EGP. Credit to all 5 players on that side. I know from talking to Empire, their goal is that this team makes it into Academy. They want all 5 members to move up to Academy, just like what 100 Next did this past split. They showed a little bit of that and why they might deserve to get pushed up with this game today, clutching out that game 3. Lots of credit over to the EGP boys. And hey, for Wildcard, I think that team's playing great. I want to see them make it to the quarters because I think they really have upset and dark horse potential in Proving Grounds so far.
And I think, you know, if you're Team Wildcard, you know, as a fan here, I think it's better to lose now than it is to the playoffs when really things are on the line and you are completely eliminated from playoffs contention. But at least Wildcard, they get a wake up, they get a chance to see what happens when a team fully prepares and fully respects them for the most part, right? There's, as we said before, there's still some mistakes, but so far Evil Geniuses have definitely we're definitely the most prepared going up against Wildcard than
Yep.
any other team. Way more prepared than Solafide. And so
hey, these teams are very familiar with each other, right? I mean, you talked about Ido. He's lives next door to Quacker, right? He's coached Sino in Quacker, and these guys, they obviously practice and scrim against each other quite a bit. So I think that's one of the reasons why we saw such a closely contested match. And I have to say, I think both of these teams are really showing something early in the season of Proving Grounds. I'm really looking forward to how they develop. As sorry for talking so much. I know we are buying time to get an interview. I believe we have Surdy lined up. And really looking forward to see what he has to say about this win and them clutching it out for Game 3.
And just as speak of the devil here, Cubby, ask and you shall receive. We do have our interview lined up. I believe Mazel will be hosting that one for you.
Welcome to a little interview, a little talk here with the main man in the top lane, Surdy, for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. How are you doing? But after that wonderful game and that wonderful series,
I'm doing really good, actually. There was a bit of pressure, as this is probably the most important series I've ever played.
True.
And I did unironically play Game 2 with one hand, which I got yelled at
So
for.
the rumors are true. I like it.
Yes, that's
I
true.
like it.
Well, it will never happen again. I've been humbled.
It never happened again. All right, that's off the table. I was gonna ask, how many hands did it take for the Maokai performance?
Honestly, it was kind of just crafted by Ido at the last second. I've never played the champion before. It was my first time ever playing it.
All right.
So
I like it.
They kind of just ran me through what to do in team fights, and I was like, yeah, sure.
Just give you a little crash course. Should make like a little YouTube video out of it.
Load screen, pretty much.
Yeah, for sure. Well, just zooming out a little bit on the year so far, what has been your favorite part about the merge from Zenith to Evil Geniuses?
My favorite part actually probably isn't the fact that we are playing under an LCS org, because I think regardless of if we were or not, with the players that we have on the team and Ido being such a great coach as he is, we would have found success regardless. So I'm just really happy that I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to play with these guys.
Oh, that's
but
awesome.
That doesn't mean that EG is not helpful, actually. Like Empire especially goes well out of his way to help us. He's there for every single amateur scrim. Helps us learn how to play the game. Peter as well was lending a hand from the main LCS team. It's an amazing experience.
That's awesome. And just to hear like all the little inputs, it's always nice to have a couple of different voices, different perspectives, especially.
Yeah.
Speaking of some different perspectives, you guys have a little bit less than a week until you guys are going to be playing again in the semifinals. Congratulations, securing at least at minimum 70 points for the Proving Ground circuit. But how are you guys going to stay fresh for this week? I mean, I know it's going to take a lot of games, a lot of practice, a lot of scrims. You've got a new patch coming in, but what is your mindset going into this long week?
Okay. So I know that what may be on the mind of some amateur players or even like academy or LCS players is they have like a bye, so they want to be taking days off and things like that. But it's kind of a backhanded reward being able to get the bye through to the semifinals. It does mean that we automatically get 70 points for the Proving Ground circuit, which is really good. But at the same time, if we as an organization made the wrong decision and decided to slack off during this period, we would end up being behind the other teams in the amount of practice that we get significantly. So I haven't yet talked with the team about it, although I'm pretty sure that we will all end up agreeing to be playing like a lot of scrims during the time off, probably with people who are competing either with Barrage directly. I'm not sure. You'll have to find out in the future. Or with some other people who are looking to qualify at the top of Risen.
Yeah.
It's mostly just about remaining disciplined in this last little bit and not allowing the so-called break to actually imprint on our performance in the semifinals and up.
Okay, I like it. Well, talking about that discipline and the kind of way that you're going to approach this week and the performance so far, how do you rate the performance for you guys so far in the new year? How has everything looked for you guys, the good and the bad?
Okay. Scrims went a little rough for a while, but that's because we actually took an approach where we're working very hard on the very fundamentals of the game to the point where
Mhm.
at times we are putting ourselves at a disadvantage in order to make sure that we can iron out these little things such as, I mean, like slow pushes, crashes, freezes, etc., and
Yeah.
capitalizing on the mistakes that are so often made in amateur and above, especially in North America.
True, true. I have a personal question for you, Serdy, and maybe you'll be able to
Yeah.
answer this. Maybe it's secret tech I won't be able to ever
Shoot.
find the answer to. What happened to the dots? The dot, were they a mental strategy? Was it meant to tilt your opponent? What happened, man?
Okay, I like the way that it pretty much warped the loading screen as well as the in-game thing, but with
Oh,
the new
no.
chat, it kind of made it so bad that it
Yeah.
was literally impossible to see anything in chat, and I ended up getting yelled at for it a ton in high elo because everybody was like, "Just don't
Oh,
speak."
no. They're gonna ban you away because
Yeah.
of your dots. You
Fortunately,
tilted me a couple times. I'm not gonna lie, but I liked it. I thought it was just whole like the scheme behind the scenes to get an advantage early on your
of course,
opponent.
the little mental edges, they mean a lot.
It always is. It
Mhm.
always is.
With club
All
packs
right.
being removed, sadly,
Yeah,
I can't
right.
lock them anymore.
Oh, sad. Well, one last question for you. You have any words for your potential opponents in the semifinals?
Give me a second to think about some choice words.
I like it. I like it.
First thing I want to say is if we end up versing Wildcard again, which I think there's a very high chance we will, I'm actually pretty excited about it just because
Okay.
I don't think anybody on our team or really in the amateur sphere, apart from maybe Myra, expected them to be playing actually as well as they are.
Yeah,
It's like they're playing out of their mind.
they are.
There's
They
no
are.
room for me to flame them. They're just doing amazingly, and I honestly can't wait to play versus them again because they're the only team that's necessarily challenged us thus far that we've
I
versed.
love to hear it, especially leaning into the competition
Mhm.
aspect of it. Well, thank you so much for the words, Serdy. I appreciate the time afterwards. I'm sure you're going to celebrate this ticket to the semifinals sweetly with your team. So
Of
thank you
course.
again and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, man. You too.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to hear more about that series and all the other action through from the boys on the analyst desk. Thank you again for tuning in for the interview. And guys, take it away.
That wonderful interview from Dimitri Battery Toledo's duo partner right there.
Alkipu?
There we go. I'm back. Okay,
Hello?
I think I'm getting sucked into the vortex.
Florida
I'm
Ice
back.
Peace?
All right. Hey, so look, all I'm gonna say, Serdy, he can hold two hands to hold, to be able to play Ornn. He could do it on Maokai. He got to pay the tax off. I'm just really glad that I got to pick the best duo partner. My duo partner is also insanely, by the way. But speaking of EGP players being awesome, Jack, I know you were feeling pretty excited seeing that Nexus explode.
Yeah, I will admit I did know that Wildcard had it in them, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they did win. However, though, I knew I had the angle. You guys thought this was the angle.
No.
Let me tell you, that is garbage. All right?
Whoa.
Just throw that back there with your predictions
Mm-hmm.
so we can know the real gap here. Because we thought the gap was the thing between all of us, the various states, but it turns out it was the brain all along. See, look at this.
Our producers are just rubbing salt in the wound with this one. All right.
Both
Well,
hands.
This is for you guys posting all that copy pasta BMing Sam Price in game. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, all hail Goforino for the correct prediction. We can all give him a nice clap. Great work, Jack. You
Thank
beat
you.
us all. We were all pretty close though, and I wanna relish in my slight victory here, and it was almost a rel victory today as well because I've been hyping up this champion for so long. As soon as it released, I was like, guys, this champion's super broken. I can't wait to play it. It's gonna be incredible. Look, there it is. It's me. I'm Rel. Look at me, guys. And I am so excited that I actually got to see play today, and we saw a really sick play in the bot lane just right off the bat, getting a 2v2 kill in that lane with the new champion. You set me up, and I was like, oh man, Daption is doing it. My duo partner is making the plays. He's actually getting it. He's getting the Rel outplays, and the heal coming in clutch for Luke too, and then the knockups again. Look at that first blood from Daption and Luke. I thought that Dimitri and I had it in the bag with our predictions. Boy, was I wrong. But, that's okay. We got to see some cool Rel stuff.
I mean, the champion's cool, but I'm sure halfway through you're feeling quite conflicted. You're like, I love Rel, but Daption's not building it the way I want to. Smacks is super like stringent. If you're not building the way he wants to, he's the trails are coming on through Shaco style.
I get a little bit upset. For all you Rel aficionados or aspiring Rel players out there,
support players in general,
I implore you, check out Dead Man's Plate. It is a lifesaver. It's very fun. You go a lot faster on Rel, and usually people don't like going slow. And on Rel, sometimes you go a little slow. Not with Dead Man's Plate. Try it out. But that's enough about Rel. We got to see some whooping in the team fights from Evil Geniuses, guys. They put up their guns and they're like, all right, we are ready. We're not going down. We're going straight to the semifinals, and back to back to back, these team fights were so clean from them.
Yeah, it was not even close, right? It was just constantly in favor of EGP.
Yeah.
We got to see some yeah, I mean that's all we had to say, right? We saw some nail biters from Wildcard, but we got a few clips to go through for Evil Geniuses. We got to see some incredible performances. Most notably, there was one from Aspect where he got a quadra kill playing this Syndra.
Oof. And this is just nasty because prior to this Wildcard, they did have the overall map control. It was still dead even, don't get me wrong, but just look at this crisp play. We can really see the Evil Genius Prodigies here, their experience, their familiarity with one another. It really shows off here. They know their own limits. They know how to play here, and Aspect just popping off. I am very sad that our play-by-play caster did not crack his voice to exclaim the quadra kill. I don't want to ruin my voice, but Rafa, please do take notes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, that's pretty selfish. You want to ruin Mark's voice, but not yours? I don't know about that.
Hey.
He already lost the drawing for the graphic design, so I don't think you should be knocking down your fellow EGP player.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on,
I'm
man.
sorry, Raffy Waffy.
Well, if the drawing in that graphic design, which of course was top notch, by the way, gentlemen, that was a great time. If that was any semblance of what the game was going to look like in a prediction, then congratulations, Rafa. You have put in the work. You did a very good job, and you are officially living evil. And yeah, that's all there is to it. At the end of the day, Evil Genius is looking very, very good. We have another clip to show you as well from that game, and the Misfortune is getting in on the pie as well. Misfortune champion that the three of us are really excited to be seeing more of.
Yeah, finally, we're getting rid of Aphelios, one of the worst 80 carries here for Risen, has one of the lowest win rates, and Misfortune's second highest out of all of them. And then this bullet time really just separates all of Wildcard. Two members not able to go in, and the biggest disappointment for this fight is Luke tanking turret aggro for so long. Potentially that bullet time turns this entire fight around. All of Wildcard are trapped between a rock and a hard place, literally, as Quacker cannot secure the kill. Shiro picking up multiple kills every single time. All of these games. Misfortune is pretty good. I'm really glad that we could see this champion.
But she's too simple. I can't play her.
But she's not very fun. I have to just sit there, and sometimes I press Q. I got to go Arcane Comet. It's just not I get it. 80 carries, it's okay. We want to have fun champions. That's why Samira's in the game. But losing probably sucks more than just giving up a lating phase sometimes. So I'm really excited to see more of this champion, and I'm hoping that we start to see a change for some of these teams.
I don't want to simplify it too much because there's a lot more that goes into these games.
No, Misfortune is the only win condition.
The team that picked Misfortune won both times.
So results-based analysis, gentlemen.
Think about that when you're trying to contest to get back into playoffs tomorrow, everyone. Just be ready. Also, just a side note, the 80 carry champion that was above Misfortune win rate, that was Samira. That might be flipped the other way now after Misfortune defeated Samira in this last game. So I'm excited to see how those stats play out at the end of the day. But yeah, speaking of stats, we got to take a look at the damage graph from this game number 3. And look at that, the
Oh,
Malphites at
what?
the top.
Okay, I'm really disgusted now seeing this. This is the first time I get to see this, and oh yeah, I hate this so much.
That's a
Oh.
graph.
Yeah, this is a lot.
I have a statistics minor, and I can't explain that. This is definitely a graph.
Yeah, the Moonstone Manure build, I'm glad that it's still losing.
Ooh.
Because 8,000 damage, just barely above Alistar. Yeah, that one hurts.
Isn't
that
that
hurts just
like
a little bit?
20 damage above, if I'm not mistaken?
No, that's 600.
Oh, no, that's a 9.
600. That's a 3 and a 9.
It is a 9. Unlucky.
You know, it's okay. It happens.
It turns out Joshi is not the only analyst that can't read. On
I
my
thought that was
desk.
me. It was me and
I
now
forgot
it's
to bring
Jack.
my glasses. That's on me.
Okay.
I was too busy reading the future with my prediction.
Well, speaking of the future, Jack, tomorrow we get to see another set of teams that are going to be playing off against each other. We still have, I believe, 8 teams that are vying for those final playoff spots. But for our victors in the mainstream and our victors in the secondary stream for Risen, we have Evil Genius's Prodigies and Barrage, both already making their way up to the semifinals, completely undefeated all the way through. Guys, how are we feeling about these two teams and their chances in the playoffs?
Jack, take
Poggers.
it away. Oh God. Okay, never mind. I'll take
Poggers.
it back. I'll take it back. I, as the largest detractor of Barrage, am incredibly excited to see this team. 8-0. EGP could not do the same. Completely undefeated in Risen. And now that they have the bye, now that they have the week, maybe they'll take some inspiration from Surdy and saying, hey, we're going to spend this week looking for scrims, not just waiting to kind of just smurf on them a week from now. I am looking forward to see how Barrage play in playoffs, because that analyst team is a lot of close friends of ours, a lot of good colleagues, and I'm looking forward to see what they can do, what kind of damage they can do coming into Proving Grounds.
Alk, if I may ask, who'd you hire as the body double? Because I know the real Alk would never vouch for Barrage.
You know,
so.
the real Alk has, at least, you know, real recognizes real. So I gotta be able to, I gotta put some respect on Returned in his team's name over there.
Well, there are a few other names that we got to respect. We have a list from our producers of the teams that are fighting for that 4-1 title tomorrow. Those teams are Wildcard and Mirage, who we just mentioned, just barely missed out on that one on our streams. Solafide, a new Blaze, Sign Us Please, Winthrop University, and Revival. So those 4 teams are going to be facing off against each other in a best of 3 tomorrow, one of which is going to be on this stream as well. So I'm excited to see which one of those we get and which one we end up picking. But yeah, only 4 of those teams are going to make it up to those quarterfinals and get to that 60-point marker from the qualification points for the Tier 1 tournaments. Any of those names stand out to you guys? I'm going to start with you, Jack. Don't say Poggers this time.
No. Obviously, Solafide. They stood out a lot to us. Wildcard really did put a damper on them, both on the Rift and on the Twitter feed. So they got some vengeance in them, because we did expect a lot of results from them, and they did have that 2-0 today. Of course, the main ANU roster also looking towards them, because if we remember, fellas, here to the very first broadcast of the season, there was a tornado, and only 2 out of 3 of those teams have actually secured this perfect 4-0 so far.
Yeah. So
very true. Dimitri, any dark horses in this lineup that you're looking out for?
It was a new and a new. There's another a new, right? Just want to make sure.
A new Blaze is also in
okay,
there.
Okay, and then I want to see that a new Blaze roster. I really want to see what kind of damage they can do, because everyone's going to be looking at Solafide, a new, the bigger names. I kind of want to see what a new Blaze has, because if Rising weren't able to get here, what can Blaze? This B team better show up pretty massive, I think.
Yeah. Well, you heard it here, guys. We have a lot to look forward to for our matchups tomorrow night. That's at the same time as tonight, 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow. You are not going to want to miss it. This is the last chance for these teams to make it into the playoffs. I'm excited. We've got these series, and then we're going to start getting into the best of 5 series.
Yep.
So we're going to be here for longer tonight. We have more death segments, more time for us to talk. I'm so excited. I hope you are too, because I like talking. My analysts like talking, and I hope you like listening. But we'll see you tomorrow for some more Risen Champion Series action. See you tonight or tomorrow.
And Daption here because the Ignite comes down and Shiro can just follow with the flash, but the heal comes out. No way, they actually turned this around.
Yep.
For the engage, there's the Lilting Lullaby, Shockwave, or I should say the knockup is not going to be necessary yet because they just get the shutdown. And now, when is the knockup going to happen? Samira needs to be able to pop off, and he finally looks for the knockup onto Shiro, but Team Luke is going to go down because of Aspect, who has been controlling the fight so beautifully with this Syndra and looks for the Quadra. So there's no smite advantage, but I would imagine you just want to go for another pick just like this one. Miss is going to fire it up. Bullet time comes in and ricochets across the entire river. It's going to take out Luke. Daption will also fall to Aspect. It's a 5-on-2, and the rest of the members of Wildcard have to scatter like the wind, but Quacker's caught with his pants down. He's going to be able to clap one back down onto...
Any blue trinkets, they are going to spot it out with that Eve. Thank you for the vision swap observers. You can see they're walking in dark, and here comes Mist.
Oh, Mist was waiting there, and the bullet time is so beautiful. Gets so much damage down onto the members of Wildcard, but Team Luke tries to go for a desperation play, but he's gonna get... Luke is now caught off with his pants down, and Xeno's not there to be able to go for the follow-up, and can he get the Shockwave down? Finds it on the Aspect, but the damage has already been done from Shiro, and now he turns tail onto the jungler and the Trickster. Flash from Surdy over the wall gets the W down onto Xeno. Shutdown will be there. It looks like they were able to pick up Tomio, but at what cost here, Cubby? Because Evil Geniuses, they find 4 for the price of 1.
That's gonna be...
Cubby, you know what this means?
What does this mean, Rafa?
We were all wrong except for Goferino.
Oh, okay. No, please don't bring that up.